this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Yeah, you like it. Just the way you like it. The way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
Watch me as I go, now I'm taking flight. Find me in the city, never sleep at night. All around the town, see my name in lights. I was born to perform. All across the world, you can call my name. They'll rush into the front whenever I'm on stage. I used to be a player, now I run the game. I was born to perform.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, where our aim is to bring gaming and esports inside a military capacity to prove all of the benefits it has for all of our teams and our players. My name is Jasmine, also known as Veracity, and it is my absolute pleasure to be back once again for our final day here at the AFEI. Yesterday's games were exhilarating, exciting. We had overtimes, we had a couple upsets here and there as well. But let me give you the lowdown for the schedule coming up today and all of the games that you can expect on your very screens. So to kick things off, we have some Snow Day being played out, followed by Hoops as well. I'm super excited to see how the Hoops one is going to turn out. But these are all going to be kind of mixed teams from all of the different countries. And then we're going to round things out today with our bronze matchup as well as our championship matchup as well. I think I've been speaking for way too long now, so I'm going to throw it over to my fabulous remote talents to take it from here.
Oh, nonsense, nonsense. You speak as long as you like. We will wait. We will be patient. But thank you very much in any case for throwing the mic over to us. Welcome, everybody. We're the three gents. We're here to give you commentary things. I'm Relic. To my right, left, I guess it depends on which way you're looking at it. We got Jam, and then over the other side, we got Craftman. It's a fantastic event so far. We're into Saturday. It's a day of fun and a day of crunch time. And let's first of all, Jam, focus in on what's coming up later. Later, of course, are those championship playoffs. We've got a third, fourth place match and the first, second place match. DAF Bravo versus the British Army, DAF Alpha versus the Royal Air Force, respectively. Should be some really exciting games, and especially for that pinnacle match between Alpha and Royal Air Force, a rematch of our very first series of the tournament.
It is so peculiar that we start the tournament with a series and we end the whole tournament with the same series all over again. And this time I want no sweeps unless it's a reverse sweep. I want as many matches, as many games as possible between these two, Alpha and Royal Air Force. Throughout the day, Royal Air Force have proven to be a strong squad that from series to series has improved, and I think they're itching to set the record straight versus their colleagues. I'm not sure if that's correct term, but in any case, their role equals in the US side of the things.
Well, colleagues, with a question mark, nicely segues our way, Craftman, into our show matches. It's time to let the hair down, proverbially, of course. We've got ourselves some unique game modes. We've got some mixed teams across 3 different styles of gameplay. We open up with Snow Day. What is?
Well, if you're a fan of hockey, ice hockey, that is, to most of us, we all know hockey is field hockey over here. But I'm sure the Americans will have some experience in hockey. It's Rocket League, obviously, but it's a big puck instead of a ball, and it's a little bit heavier. It acts in very strange ways. It's going to be very much fun to watch. I can't wait for this. This is going to be really fun.
Yeah, and it's nice as well because we've got hoops later, so we're going from a game mode where aerials are actually at a premium to a game where aerials are essential to scoring goals. But that will come later. We've talked about the later. It's off in the future. Let's focus on the now, on the short term. We've got 2 best of 3s based in Snow Day, and it's time to face up to the music. It's time to face the teams that we're going to be looking at today, and they really are a conglomeration of different styles here. First of all, we've got the Royal Air Force and the British Army, Jam. The combined roster, at least the starting roster, looking to be Cedric, Horizons, and the king of content himself, Tut. That looks pretty strong.
Oh, this is then RAF, British Army, and Tut is representing the US side of things. So I'm assuming we just don't have enough space to fit everybody in. Tut, of course, representing DAF Alpha. This could be something crazy. Tut talks a big game, plays a big game. Cedric, we've seen him constantly being in one of the key players on the side of RAF, and Horizons. Even if Royal Navy did not perform to their own expectations that strongly, they were the team that's currently out and not going to be participating in competitive matches later on today. I would say he's still shown on his prowess on the field, and by no means he is a pushover. So, looking at this, indeed, RAF, British Army, DAF, I think it has some great names for these teams as well, Relic.
Yeah, I just clocked that Horizons, of course, the Royal Navy's main striker as well. So the players throwing shenanigans into the air, into the midst. But we quite like that, don't we, Craftman? It's all a bit of chaos. And Chaos Master Supreme Low-Tech, with his mechanical prowess, is going to be leading the line here. Alongside Ethan, of course, a teammate at DAF Alpha. We saw him subbing in for Low-Tech. And they're going to be joined by the lovely lady, codename Jess, Manager Supreme of the British Army. She made some excellent tactical calls yesterday.
Yeah, let's see if she can make the same calls on the field as well. And it's going to be interesting to see Ethan and Low-Tech take on their own teammate in Tut. I mean, Tut was saying yesterday, talking a big game about how he's the best player in North America. Now he has to prove it against who we reckon is actually the best player on DAF Alpha and Low-Tech.
Jam, we've got a player to spotlight, and that player under the spotlight is Cedric. Now, we talked a lot about Stelios, we talked a lot about P. Cedric was one of the last people that we really looked into, and his growth over Friday's action was really impressive to see.
So let's see what he can bring on Saturday, the final day. His team is still in the running, for the first place, winning the whole event. So I'm pretty sure this is going to serve as a great warm-up for him. Something we haven't touched that much yesterday, but is a thing, and you can see it on your screens. He is the owner, one of the co-owners, if I'm not mistaken. Let me give him a co-founder and organizational manager, if Liquipedia is to be believed, of Team Husky. European roster currently representing Pluvo, Smashy, and Flaco. Has the most wonderful logo. Unfortunately, we cannot show it on the screens just yet, but every single time I see it to one of the RLCS European events, RLCS being the biggest league for Rocket League right now on the planet, it brings a smile to my eyes. So to have somebody representing that organization right here in a tournament that does not have that organization, it's an interesting coincidence, but it's so fun to see.
You referenced the biggest league. This is the biggest stage for a lot of these folks, and I have the biggest of love for you two folks. Craftman, Jar of Jam, have lots of fun. I'm going to head into the back room. I'm going to hydrate. Enjoy yourselves. It's snow day.
Yeah, thank you very much, Relica. I know it's the middle of June, the middle of summer, but let's turn the temperature down. Let's get cool, and let's ice over this pitch and play some hockey, Jam.
All right, you've seen Ethan just flexing. Oh, and beautiful. We are straight up going to a specifically icy, or snowy in this case, map. This would be the Beckwith?
This is Beckwith Park, yes.
It is indeed the Beckwith Park, snowed over. Does not affect the physics at all, but it's the puck. And folks, if you have not seen, you've seen yesterday how the ball behaves. Just like a ball, football, soccer, you name it. Puck being hit by cars, there's a bit of a trick to it. There's a little bit of a nuance to it, and there might be some wild bounces left and right, and players have to adjust.
Yeah, and you saw there, like, the puck just stops dead when it hits. Like, watch here, it's going to hit on the floor. Bam, it just does not bounce at all. And that's what you need to get used to. This puck can operate so many different weird and wacky ways. His puck goes, I think he was trying to get a flip reset off of that. And Cedric, oh, he doesn't even need to touch it because Horizons will get credit for this one. Just, I guess, just looping into the net.
On goal, Ethan, I think, gets a touch on it, or it
was low-tech.
Low-tech, I think, saw that there's no chance in hell, heaven, or anywhere on earth that he can stop this, and as a result just puts it on target. I've also been confirmed by our wonderful manager even that Tut has been made an honorary Brit, so that's why the RAF and British Army team is that, and not also Daft Alpha. In front of a net, Danger and Tut, the honorary Brit, earning his honors with really with flying colors. That's 2 already for the fully British squad.
He'll be singing "God Save the King" in no time. Do nothing for.
He's accommodating. He's adjusting.
Yeah, he needs to. What he needs to do to become a Brit is just to tone down the brashness, I guess. As it's Cedric. Oh, he just wins a tug of war in front of net. It's 3-0 just like that.
It's tough. We've seen something like that yesterday as well. Ethan, of course, has to move across. Cedric can just push forward. Ethan moved just slightly forward, and the ball is round. The puck is also round, and as such, the moment you go past that midpoint, you're going to slide off of it. And that's exactly what happened in that situation. RAF and British Army sure knows how to play hockey, and with no shade at all, UK isn't exactly known for being a hockey nation.
See as well, our colleague Jam, as Ethan will get one back for the British and American side. We're pretty sure that all 3 members of the blue team are running the Nissan GTR. So a bit of Japanese culture. I don't know if the Japanese are into ice hockey at all.
We have seen, let's see, Octanes, Phoenix, we've seen a Stray Dominus, of course we've seen the Batmobile. It was quite a sight. Unfortunately, perhaps it wasn't as effective for the likes of, goodness gracious, who was it again that run the Batmobile yesterday? That was
big KS9.
KS9, thank you very much.
Apparently the best Batmobile player in the world, according to his own volition.
dribble, slow play.
Oh,
I love it. I love it. Make the goalie guess. Make them think that Tut is going to come in as the second player. And already connection between Cedric and Tut. Beautiful.
oh, you see the tap that Cedric gets on top of the puck as well. It just generates so much power into the net. And even off of that, like coming onto that dribble, I should say, you saw codename Jess flying up, anticipating the puck to bounce, and it just stops flat on the ground, allowing Cedric just to take possession and go straight through for it. I don't know if we mentioned best of threes in all these show matches that you're seeing today. And we'll have best of sevens for the third place and grand final matches on your way a little bit later on. Can't wait for those. We had a fantastic day of competition yesterday as Tut puts another one in.
Tut is reading those pucks just as well as he was reading the ball yesterday. This bounce might have gone any old way, and yet he's there right on the top. And of course, for every single one of these little matches, we're going to be showcasing two series rather even, after the RAF and British Army are done with...
I'm just loving the way the puck is pinching and bouncing around this field.
Wild.
It's
wild.
Great to watch.
Yeah, later on we're going to have yet another snow day match, then 2 hoops matches, and then we're going to go just as the wild, free-for-all, pick-up groups. All the teams are mixed. They're already mixed. as you can see.
Holy! Sorry, Jam. I keep cutting you off because do you see that? Someone got a flip. I've never seen someone get a flip reset on a puck before. Like I've not played Snow Day in a fair while. It's been a while since I've watched it, but now people are getting flip resets off this. I suppose this is the easiest thing to get a flip reset off.
It's flat.
It's completely flat. I mean, you were saying earlier, like the puck and the ball are both round, but this is a different kind of rounds. This one. Oh, his Tut just cannot read it. Oh, he doesn't need to read it because he's on that team. He just lets it through 6-1. But it's still a minute and a half left. We're 6-1.
Yes, this is running away from the Royal Navy and DAF Alpha combined roster. And honestly, yesterday we've seen Lowtech has been under the weather, but when he came into the series, he was absolutely on point. Ethan was subbing in for Lowtech in the first series versus Royal Air Force, and Ethan was also great. So right now, seeing them going down, and Downer, that's a Brazil.
That is, grab your passports, everyone. We're hopping on that plane to Rio de Janeiro. It's tough. Oh my goodness. What was that?
That was Brazil.
Brazil.
Our hearts were entertaining June. You know.
Oh, Horizon.
Horizons, yeah.
Oh man.
Horizon's name we haven't said that often in this series because it has been mostly Cedric and Tut, Tut and Cedric, Cedric and Tut.
Yeah.
And on the other side, yeah, Jess has been making some great saves, but we haven't seen her up front scoring just yet. This is still at least one more game, but if the first game is anything to go by, well, RAF and British Army are ready and roaring to go, even if it's slippery outside.
It's very cold by the looks of things. I'm surprised these guys aren't freezing. Although looking at the temperature in the surrounding area of the airbase, I don't think they're having any problems with staying warm out there.
Yes, the weather is quite sweltering, and as such, any sort of icy cold drink or even to play in the snowy arena, it's gonna be welcome. It's absolutely gonna be welcome. Well, the first match, whatever happens, I can safely say the British Army and Royal Air Force are, plus their honorary Tut, have won. And so we can set our sights on the next one. While we're setting up for that one, Craftman, a question for you.
Yes.
Out of every single extra game mode, the one that isn't just straight up soccer, so Snow Day, Hoops, Drop Shot, and Rumble, which one is your favorite?
Oh, that's a good question. I would have to say I like a bit of Rumble myself. I will say as well, I was going to mention this later on when we have Hoops. I actually won a Rumble Hoops tournament long time ago. And I think it's the only tournament I've ever won playing Rocket League.
Rumble Hoops?
Rumble Hoops. I will send you a
time.
clip. I will send you a clip later on. It was like the game 5, whatever the last game was we had. We were we were 2 goals down with like less than 30 seconds to go. We tie it up with like 5 seconds left, and then keep the ball up. I think I have the spikes. Ball's on my spikes. Obviously, clock's at 0. Someone pinches the ball off of the top of my car, and it bounces in the hoop. We win at 0 seconds. It was fantastic. So, Rumble and hoops, I'm gonna have to say. I can't. I'm gonna sit on the fence on that one.
Fair enough. First and foremost, before we switch from this screen, I want to just make a shout out to our production team because, God, the moment I try to make a shout out to our production team, I wanted to compliment those names: Raf, Dafa, Badaf, whatever just was on the screen. I absolutely love those reference.
Dafa.
Exactly. Yes. It's. We'll return to that screen later on. I'm pretty sure of that. For myself, I'm actually I'm quite particular to Snow Day. Whenever I'm playing any extra modes, if the weekly challenges or the Battle Pass challenges are required to play some extra matches, I do fancy myself some Snow Day. I feel like I'm getting some success even earlier today just to warm up, cool down.
Go down, yeah.
I played a little bit of a Snow Day just to set my mind straight on this beautiful pass low-tech.
Oh, there you go.
And for the first time now, Royal Navy and DAF Alpha are opening the score.
Lovely dribble there from codename Jess. Brings it up the right-hand side with no boost and lays it into low-tech. No boost on Jess or low-tech. I have also seen that Ethan's renamed himself to Stinky, or added on Stinky. I don't think he's been stinky at all. I think he's doing all right.
Yeah, I wonder what he's referring to. Maybe Jasmine later on can figure that out. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing Jasmine more today. And
I know Veracity's been doing some roving reporting for us, but I don't want to get her to find out if he can stink or not. I'm not going to give her that assignment.
Just a sniff tester. She has a microphone. She can ask him. We'll see how that's going to go around. In the meantime, RAF and British Army, or Royal Air Force and British Army, are just dropping on the other side, and the game has definitely slowed down. It's no longer the goal galore that we've seen in game number 1, and both of those so far has been very slow affairs with no big action. Everybody's playing a little bit subdued. I think nobody wants to really go too wild. I feel like right now in the show match, go wild, go absolutely bananas.
Yeah, this is a chance to have some fun before the serious games get going later on today. Might have some fun with this as well, and maybe even just try to win it if you're on this Royal Navy DAF Alpha side, as Low-Tech does fine inroads there. And this is the interesting shot. Like, usually when you're in this position, you might send it into the top left corner, but no, in Snow Day you can just bang it bottom right with a lot of power, just like Low-Tech did.
Yes, it was hard in this situation to really figure out that top left corner. Bottom right works just as fine. Horizons gets first to the puck. It is so strange to say puck instead of the ball, but that's where we are right now. Snowy fields once again. Royal Navy and DAF Alpha in the lead. Moving on forwards. DAF Alpha, British Army.
They are keeping the pressure up here, though, Jam. They do want this goal back. This is a bit more competitive. We did see a lot of scoring.
Oh no, it's open.
It was
Come
open.
on.
We did see a lot of scoring in the first 2.5 minutes or so of game number 1, but everything's slowed down a little bit now, and that's given the orange team here, Low-Tech, Jess, and Stinky Ethan, a chance to just get the lead and hold on to it as well.
He put that name there himself, so
yeah, he's done it to himself. Like we're not bullying him here. He's done this to himself.
Right. We just got a wonderful. Once again, our production has thrown those names in. So it's Raffern DAF versus Raffern. Those are the two names. I do believe we just misplaced the British Army and Royal Navy. In your mind's eye, switch around the British Army, the BA, and the Royal Navy on your overlays, and you're going to get the rough estimate as codename Jess is indeed representing the British Army, and Horizons is representing the Royal Navy.
Correct, Amundo. Well spotted. Well spotted indeed.
Shout out to our host, Relic, as well as our production team.
Thank you, everyone involved there. course, this orange squad under a little bit of pressure. No, Ethan! Oh, Ethan, what have you done?
You expect to bounce. You expect to get the whatever sport equipment there is under your control. It just drops straight in front of you. No bounces, no nothing. Flop into the net, it slides. We've seen a couple of very awkward goals for sure, and also we've seen just immediate dead puck, center of the field. Nobody can push it anywhere because it just doesn't bounce. It can literally just stop.
It's just stopping dead, isn't it? It's just so weird. It's just so strange to get used to as well. These guys are demos left, right, and center. More than half of the orange team are out of the ether. But Ethan, he's trying to. He's not trying not to stink up the joint here. Trying to get a goal of his own. Pass into Jest. No, the shot comes off of that. I'll try to set that up quite nicely though, as the Royal Navy and DAF Alpha side trying to bring things back on the orange team. With 45 seconds left, this could end up going to overtime, but we've seen goals come thick and fast in this game mode already, Joe.
Right, again, the first game ended up 7-1 in favor of Royal Air Force and Royal Navy, with Cut in tow as well. For now, though, props to the British Army side, the one in orange, low-tech, Ethan, and codename Jess. They have been solid, but yeah, it's still wild. One bounce that just goes absolutely haywire can ruin your whole game. Still yet an overtime. I do expect that we're going to see a really crazy goal, something a pinch from the other side of the field as the puck goes 150. Maybe right here, it's just going to drop. Let's see an overtime.
Yeah, overtime hockey. I know a lot of NHL fans don't really particularly like overtime in hockey. Or I think it's the shootout they don't like in hockey. It's just really weird. In the playoffs, they do like multiple different overtime. I think in the Stanley Cup playoff this year, there was like a game that went to like 5 overtimes. But this one is going to end right here, right now. No extra time required other than the 20 seconds, and it will be the blue team who take the victory overall.
No OTs. Horizon just continues going with the puck, collects it from a rebound from Jess, and straight into the waiting hands of Horizon. Here see the split. Ethan on the right side, and representative for RAF, to my shame, I forgot his name. Do please forgive me.
Cedric.
Thank you very much. He has been the player of the match, and so I hang my head in absolute shame. We're also seeing representative of DAF in the background as well. Yes, no, not much excitement right now on the right side of the screen as Ethan and his roster has lost, but definitely jubilations from the side of Ralph, RN, DAF.
We'll get used to it at some point. I've just written down who they actually are. So yeah,
yes.
Tut has proven over his teammates that he is, at least in the case of Snow Day, he is better than his teammates of Ethan and Low Tech. Well played to Jess though as well. Good to see her on the pitch after doing a great job coaching yesterday. I think we're going to see her later on. Just let me have a look at the
right now I'm looking through rosters. There's going to be some appearances later on. Tut literally plays in 3 series today.
Yeah.
Snow Day, Hopes, as well as the just pickup groups, mix up and everything.
Yeah, we'll get onto those as and when they come. But for the time being, we'll get our second Snow Day match ready for you to go. But in the meantime, we'll take a short break. We'll be back in just a sec.
Cedric, talk to me. How was today with the first day of the competition?
I think we exceeded expectations from everybody. I don't think anybody expected us to be second in the standings. So yeah, we're very happy, very happy.
And what about heading into tomorrow? What's the prep looking like?
I have no idea what we're going to do for prep. We still need to talk about it, but I think we'll probably get maybe a couple of games in tonight, and then probably a few. I know there's gameplay going on throughout the day anyway, so I'm sure we'll be nice and warm.
And lastly, explain the AFEI experience to me in 3 words. How's it been?
It's been exceptional, mind-blowing. That's 2 words. And I've got to think of another word. Fun. Short and sweet.
despite the fact that it is incredibly warm in here, we did just have our first snow day matchup, and we're going to be heading over into our second. We've got the Brit boys taking on a mix of the American team, as well as one of the Brit boys joining remotely. Skip, if you can hear me, all the pressure is on you. Maybe a little bit of sabotaging coming into play as well. But without further ado, let's get this show started. It's over to my casters.
Thank you very much, Veracity. It's Craftman and Jam back with the hockey commentators for today. Goal. It's the same terminology.
Yes.
Touchdown.
Yes. Yeah, come on, let's up the excitement just a little bit. Goal!
Yeah, goal! No, that's like Mexican commentary. Anyway, we are getting ready. I don't know. We're ready for our next snow day match. Getting ready for it. So, this is the teams, I should say, of Stelios, Spooks, and P. Taking on Eagle, William, and Skid. Jam, do you want to tell us who these guys are and what side of each branch they are coming from?
It's again just a mix-up, a complete another mix-up. So on the side of Stelios and P, or Pierce, that would be the representative of the Royal Air Force, the team that is going to be playing in our championship match for the first spot, the inaugural winners of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Augmenting them is Spooks representing the Royal Navy. They have been really great yesterday, and once again, I'd love to see them in a little bit of more in a new combination. I'm looking at this though; it's Stunt again. I guess I was looking at the slightly older documents in this situation. In any case, Todd, I guess, is everywhere now. He's an honorary Brit. He's an honorary everything. I'm happy to see more of him. As we have referred to Todd previously, he came in and he is content himself.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I know there's been some roster swap arounds. So we'll confirm when we're in game if it is indeed Tut that we're going to see. But let's take a look at the other team as well. We've got representatives of Daft Bravo and the British Army. And there's yeah. Oh, hang on.
Which one? Which one? Tell us.
Which one? It's crazy. Do you know, it's so crazy with these roster swaps that we can't even keep up with the graphics. It's just so wild and wacky. It's like rolling subs in hockey. Like that's like
yes, exactly.
Off the bench, on the bench, whatever.
We've seen the first line. Now the second line comes in. So if this graphic is to be believed, Anza playing left wing. Celios is Anza's playing left wing. McQuarrie Eagle is playing center. Horizons is on the right wing. And I guess since there's two of us, we're going to be the defenders. The defensive lineup.
Are we the goalies? Is that what you're trying to say, Jam?
No.
We need to get padded up.
Two defenders, and then the goalie. Let's say, I don't know, one of our wonderful producers or our observer, Aaron. One of the two, or Relic. Relic is there and really is keeping the back safe because he's there in case we need him. But for the most part, I suppose we can go just by. In any case, this is going to be wild. This is going to be crazy. Once again, it is going to be snow day, which means puck on the field, snow on the ground. Again, snow on the ground doesn't mean much, but puck has different physics. But you'll have to get used to it, and players also will have to get used to it. We actually have a couple of players sporting those extra modes game titles, and game titles mean that they have achieved quite a high rank in those game modes, Grand Champ to be precise. Unfortunately, neither H3, who is a legendary baller in hoops, or Plum, who's an Ice Titan in the Snow Day, are actually participating in respectively Snow Day and Hoops. Maybe they were considered to be too good and too cool, but don't worry, you'll see both of them later on during the Allied Pugs.
Is that what the Snow Day title is? Ice Titan?
That specific either for that specific season or just in general, yes, it was Ice Titan.
That's a great title to have. Ice Titan, the Titan of the Ice. I shall rise and fight ice with fire, or fire with ice. What are the
something with something?
Fight ice with ice.
Fight ice. I mean, right now on the field, it is exactly that. It's it's completely escaped my mind. The name of the big hockey rivalry in whatever it would be, the 80s, 70s.
Oh, the
There was
Miracle on
something-
Ice. Is that what you're talking
The
about?
Miracle on Ice, yeah, I think is the one I'm thinking of. We'll see how many miracles are going to be here. As you saw, it is not easy to control the puck in this game mode. It would be even harder if Rumble would be thrown into the mix. We've been talking about previously the extra game modes, and we mentioned again Snow Day, the one that we've seen already. Hoops, which is like basketball. We're going to see that later. Drop Shot, which... let's just say the net is the floor. And finally, Rumble, which can be just played with any other mode as well. It just adds power-ups like, let's say, Mario Kart or something else altogether. Just fancy video game power-ups, punching the ball, puck, whatever you might name it, spikes to hold it on your back, and tornadoes, because why not? Teleportation. The list
What
goes.
have you? It's all wacky, and I'll tell you what is wacky as well. We also have a player of the match to have a look at for this one. It is McWar He was one of the standout players on Bravo squad yesterday for the Department of the Air Force, and it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts into playing Snow Day. I mean, you know, we've had one Department of the Air Force player already win. He's now on his own alongside two of the Brits. Do you think he'll replicate his one of his teammates' success?
I think so. What we've seen for McQuarrie Eagle is he loves to be on his own, up front, and being the biggest nuisance he can be for the opposing team. So right now, being dropped into a new roster, he can still play that role perfectly, as long as his teammates are also on the board with that. Otherwise, it's going to be a player disadvantage, and 2 versus 3 is really hard to play, be it soccer, the main game mode, or be it Snow Day with the puck.
Right, let's get this show on the road. I believe the teams are just about ready. As you can see on the player cams there, we've got Stelios on the left and Warrior on the right. There's Pierce, and I believe that is, if I'm not mistaken, sorry, I'm just trying to consult my notes. Is that I believe that was Will? Actually, yeah.
Yes.
I was wrong. McWar Eagle isn't alone. He does have his teammate in William from Daft Bravo on his side, alongside Skids from the British Army on the orange team, and of course the 2 teammates in Stelios and Pierce P. Bringing on Spooks from the Royal Navy.
Indeed, just augmenting the squad. Let's see how well they perform. But yeah, for those of you just looking at the overlay as well, P is Pierce representing the RAF, and RAF's SE97 taking a shot right now, and actually not making a save either. McQuarrie coming in. SE97 will be referred as Stelios as well, but no clear for RAF, and McQuarrie just puts it bottom left corner.
That's the thing you need to watch about this puck. It's very, very tricky. If that was a ball, that would have just bounced straight off the post and came back to the middle. And no, this puck likes to wrap itself around the post. It's just something you need to be very, very careful of. But wall play is all the rage and all the meta, I suppose. Is there a meta in Snow Day? If there is, it's using the walls to your advantage. Running that puck around, it will give you a hell of an advantage, but Stelios just wins the battle in front of net, and it's tied up.
It's beautiful setup by Spokes. McQuarrie Eagle waits for it quite long, and that's what really does him in. Puck is much harder to control, be it on offense or defense, and taking time and not respecting Stelios just rushing towards you was the undoing of the defense of Daft Bravo and British Army. A little bit of run on the wall, and yeah, we're going to be seeing puck moving a lot around the walls, but aerials are still quite important for Snow Day, and knowing that we have Department of Air Force on one side and Royal Air Force on the blue one, we are going to be seeing aerials, there's no doubt about it.
A lot of Air Forces out in force today. I believe all our show matches is some combination. Like, I mean, the only teams that we have here
that
that
are
don't,
Air Forces.
Yeah, the only teams that we don't have some kind of Air Force in is the Royal Navy and the British Army. Although I'm pretty sure the Navy do use planes as well. So
aircraft carriers, meaning they can have planes.
you sunk my battleship. Oh, William! Oh, what a doink! Oh, he doinked it into the top right corner. Oh, that is absolutely phenomenal. The 2 teammates hooking up. Oh no, it's not a doink. Oh, he flipped. It's not a doink. I take it back. I'm sorry.
I'll take it as a doing both, but Will he is. That was a lovely passage of play, and it just like with the ball, you are able to completely throw the defense for a loop because you change the run of the, again, sports equipment. I'm not sure what the collective noun for pucks and balls should be, so I'm sticking with a very, very awkward sports equipment.
The sports equipment. Next thing you know, we'll throw a rugby ball into this and...
But funny you should say that.
Well, they have that.
American
Yeah,
football.
they have that NFL mode every time
Yeah.
like the Super Bowl comes around.
Exactly. So our US folks would be at home with that. We're not going to be having any of that. Maybe we should have just an absolute full-on setup. I'm not sure if it's actually replicable right now in private modes. Can you actually just turn it on willy-nilly?
I don't think so. I think it's just one of those like limited time modes.
That's a shame.
That's
I
not
guess
cool.
that's in the name. That's in the name, I guess.
The code though. I'm not encouraging anyone to you know go digging in there. But
I am gonna. We have codename Jess waiting in the wings.
Well, there you go. Exactly.
She has code in her name, so
I'm
I'm pretty sure that's
surely
exactly how it works.
If anyone can crack the code, it's codename Jess.
Bingo. That's a bingo.
Bingo.
In the meantime, that's Daff Bravo, as well as the British Army, are still keeping their lead, and William, together with his teammates, trying to besiege the net of RAF and Royal Navy. Backwards goes Pierce, and backwards he's still keeping the puck alive. Really strong pre-jump from Spooks. He's trying to be the player of the show, but was not able to be. Big rollout. You can see just how many players there are going up forward. Stelios passes back to his teammates, and that works out as a counter.
It was very awkward in front of the blue net, wasn't it? I feel like the RAF and Royal Navy team were going to stick that in the back of their own net, but they do end up clearing their lines. They're back in a bit of a predicament as it stands right now. Just Pierce again off the wall, again using the wall to your advantage. This puck just loves sticking to the outside wall. It just loves caressing the I'm not going to go down that road actually, but it loves just sticking to the wall, and you can get a lot of ground covered just going like that. Here comes P, and he just loses possession a little bit there, and you can see it just rotates all the way around the wall, and the McWar Eagle extends the lead to 2.
You can see right here, Spooks jumps up, but the puck is so low and flat that a jump just lets the puck slide underneath them. All the while, McWar Eagle just continues on pushing and find himself an angle. There we have it, a third goal for Mick, William, and Skids. Once again, the combined allied forces of US and UK on that orange side of the field. Lovely little back pass from William to Skids. They don't find another goal, but with 30 seconds remaining, it is a tough task for Spooks and company to find anything.
I think we should come up with a new name for all these teams based on who's playing them. I'm thinking the McWill Skids. Or the
I
orange team.
like that. I like that.
McWill
And,
Skids. What do you reckon for the blue team? I'm struggling on this one actually.
but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Maybe players have some suggestions for it as well. And but yeah, we'll fit the Spooks, the player, into it somehow. We'll fit the other roster for it as well. But yeah, for now, it's the ever lovely Ruffin versus Duff Baba. Exactly.
Oh dear. Right. So game number. Like, let's try and figure out how to what's the word when you make a portmanteau. That's it. How do you portmanteau Stelios, Spooks, and P?
Yeah, Craftman, you're currently needed in one of our broadcast chats.
Oh, am I?
Yes, you're needed. There's since you came up with the name
for
our side on for our orange side, maybe you can use that and put it straight on the screen. In the meantime, a reminder for everybody: these are the fun matches before we get to the nitty-gritty of today, which are the championship games. We're taking all the teams that have participated yesterday in the round robin mixing them up, as you can see. Royal Air Force playing with Royal Navy, Department of Air Force Bravo playing with British Army, and we put them on a snowy field, the Beckwith Park, covered in ice and would have it. And we let them play with the puck just for the fun of it. Best of 3, meaning that team that has won 2 games first is considered to be the winner. And later on, we're also going to have a little bit of basketball action in the hoop happen.
Right, I think I've got it.
I think that's it. McCoolskits, yeah.
I think I've got it for the blue team. Right. It's basic, but still spooks. And the spooks and P, the P and spooks rather, is capitalized for P. Still spooks.
What if it's like a name of a blues musician, Still P Spooks?
Still P Spooks. Oh yeah, still P Spooks.
Yeah, like
I'm gonna write that in our note. Are you right?
P Spooks.
I'll delete mine now. Sorry everyone, we're doing
If I can actually type this would work.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, because he's got the dot at the end of the P. Yeah,
Yes.
I like it. Still P Spooks. With his hit song, I'm putting myself on the spot here. What do you reckon his #1 jazz single is? LP Spooks. Putting you on the spot now, Jan, because I can't think of one. Not witty enough. The force took my puck away. I don't know. Sure. Jam, you're muted. I don't hear you.
I am indeed.
Welcome back.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I took a little bit of breather. Thankfully, not much has happened on the field, and we are still at 0-0. But DAF Bravo and British Army are currently in the lead in the series as a whole. So, for them, a victory here will be a reason to celebrate.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's still 0-0. In fact. It might not be for too long, but the DAF Bravo British Army side do get the, sorry, I should call them by their real team name, McWillskins. We get that puck away. I almost said ball. Can't say ball. Puck. To the middle. Oh, look at it! It just stops dead. Every challenge that's just like a proper 50-50, it just denied. Stops dead. Goodbye. Goodbye, momentum. Oh boy! Oh, what a save! Hey, yes. Good old look. McWillskid. Hey, we've updated it on the graphic as well. There we go. Thank you very much, production. Hey! And McWillskid's first on the board here in game number 2. Lovely stuff as the defense just breaks that. I think P actually put it in himself. Either way. Is that the first time, by the way, that we've seen P on a Batmobile? I think that... Ooh. Lovely stuff. And looking to take this best of 3 series is McWillskids. Oh, William back passing, very awkward there, but I want to see Still P Spooks in his marching band, or his brass band, not marching band, his orchestra. That's it. What jazz musicians have, isn't it? Like the big band. I did ask you, by the way. I think we can hear you. You're muted. What do you reckon Still P Spooks' debut album would be? British Army.
Wow, I am. I'm just pressing all the buttons. In
Why
the
are you
meantime,
stop pressing
William.
buttons, Jam?
Sorry. I love pressing buttons. It's my favorite. It's my favorite pastime. In the meantime, just look again. Puck stops. Everybody goes past it. Besides who was it? William. And then bam, yet another goal. I'll have to get back on you on that one, Bradman, about the album, but it's a really good question. We'll see how that goes. In the meantime, though, come on, Selpy, we need some goals. We need some goals.
We need more than a 2-game series out of these snow day. This is the last snow day we're going to see by the looks of things, and yeah, I don't think we're going to see any more snow day after this because the puck has dropped, and it is McWillskids representing Daft Bravo and of course the British Army. Sorry, I've lost place. It's the RAF. Apologies. Oh no, I've read that wrong. It was the Army. I was right the first time. They take the win 2-0.
Yeah. Well, that was the Snow Day shenanigans, or I think as it was a Snow Day shock, Snow Day showdown is the actual word for this one, and it hasn't even been a showdown. First and foremost, I love that we managed to mix up all the teams, because while yesterday it has been all about competition, this has been incredibly serious, but today we start with some fun, and I love the intermingling, because I'm pretty sure that even before the tournament has started, and yesterday after the day has been over and everybody was out to relax, everybody was just chatting, having fun. I've already seen just the metric tons of memes that have been exchanged between the US and UK in some of our chats. These folks have become quick friends, and I love to see that.
Yeah, it's good stuff as well, and yeah, that is the end of Snow Day for the moment. But after this short break, we'll be hearing from what we'll do is we'll take a short break, and what we'll be doing is setting up the basketball court, because we're gonna shoot some hoops right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Soaring like an eagle. Talk to me about how your experience has been today.
So far, so good. Third wasn't expected, but having to deal with technical issues kind of comes with the game sometimes, so you just got to take it on the chin and just, go from there.
And what's the plan following today? What are you going to be getting up to?
Securing that third place and going back home.
Explain to me the experience in 3 words being here.
Really bleeping cool.
All right, well, thanks for joining me.
is finally time for us all to shoot some hoops. I spoke to Tut a little bit earlier, and we all know what kind of confidence he has, claiming that he is the best at shooting hoops, multi-talented, best at shooting hoops IRL as well. Somehow I highly doubt that. And the RAF boys wanted a wonderful introduction as well, but judging by their previous performance, I'm not entirely sure they actually deserve it. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to my casters to take it from here before I start flaming a little bit too much.
Well, thank you, Jasmine.
Wow.
Well,
hey, let me just get like I don't know. I don't have just fan the flames. Just like fan the flames. Just over in that
Thank
direction,
God.
please.
Thank God. I needed some air. I needed some fresh air. Thank you for that. Oh boy. Well, thank you, Jasmine.
Thanks, Jasmine.
We're going to be seeing or end the stage later on. But folks, welcome back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational, where we're having a swell second day and slightly sweltering second day as well. It was so nice to be playing Snow Day on the icy and snowy arenas. Right now, we have repaved the arena, completely replaced the ice with some squeaky basketball courts, and the name of the game is gonna be Hoops. Hoops Havoc specifically. In short, this is Rocket League, but basketball. And yes, it's back to the ball, but it's gonna be different. And I think in a moment, you're definitely gonna see just how different it is. And Relic, maybe before we start, a question to you then. Which game mode is your favorite, and why is it Hoops?
Hoops is probably my least favorite, probably because I'm least good at it. To be fair, it's actually Deploying Trauma, because I also played a lot of Hoops in a little-known side game known as Rocket League Sideswipe. Didn't do so great in that either. My favorite game mode is 3v3 on non-standard maps, because it means that you're applying the skills that makes you a good Rocket League player and doing it on, in different locations with different hazards, with different sort of angles to consider. I don't know, maybe the Championship Series should consider it. I don't know. It's not like I've been peddling that for years.
Hey, we had the Midsummer Madness at least once on my memory, where stuff was going crazy, and if they weren't playing extra modes and custom maps back then what were they really doing? We need to bring back that up, just in the middle of the season, just in the middle of a summer. Play wild things, bring professional players, but make them do silly things. We have to do their work for them, and that's why we're right here and making our work through the Allied Forces Esports Invitational with these wonderful players, wonderful teams, and it's so nice to, once again, mix them up. So let's introduce these wildly pick one player, place another player, and shake them up, stir them up players once again, as it's RAF and Dav Bravo as one of the representatives.
Yes. Indeed, yes, it is the RAF and the Department of the Air Force joining forces.
Will it be? Exactly.
What was it? Sorry, hang on, what? Sorry, I missed. Did I do something wrong?
No.
Oh.
We were memeing about the many roster changes from last night. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway,
yes. Transfer madness. 12 hours before the transfer
it
window
is
closes.
all over the shop right now. So yeah, we do have the Royal Air Force of P and Cedric teaming up with Will from Daft Bravo, who we actually just saw on the field a split second ago. So transferring those snow day skills into basketball. I know we can't score threes in this. It's only 1 point at a time. Maybe you should employ that. Hey, Psionics, change your scoring system.
Hello, Psionics. It would be interesting, as it has been a lot of talk about, bring something new, and that could be a change. But yeah, combined forces, I have strong belief in this team. Again, Will, we've just seen him playing Snow Day. Same goes for Pierce, P, and even Cedric has been on Showcase, and Cedric, together with his teammates, have been just scoring left and right. And our man of the match is none other than H3. That's going to be on the other roster. That's Tut. Bring him back again. H3, our wonderful representative of US, and once again returning from the Royal Navy. It's gonna be Spook. So tell me more about this team and more about H3, Relic.
Yeah, so in the infamous words of Fabrizio Romano, here we go. We've got the roster locked in, and I think that this is absolutely the favorite for this particular series. Tut, I think, is definitely going to be important in hoops. It's a lot about the individual aerial prowess to dunk those goals, but H3 has proven himself in many different capacities within the trio of DAF Alpha. Creator, able to rotate back, defend successfully. He's there pretty consistently in the final third, putting away goals as well. Look, he's got the best name, the best real life name amongst all of our competitors here today. He's a really nice, humble guy, and I don't think that we've ever seen him make a mistake across the entirety of Friday. Often, if there was a DAF Alpha goal, it wasn't down to him. He is Mr. Consistency, and that is something that is extremely useful in this particular game mode.
Right, and I've mistakenly said previously that there is H3 is not going to be participating in one of the game modes that he is, let's say, the strongest at, but no, he is the legendary baller, and he is being brought on to play the hoops. And as such, the field is yours. Let's play some ball.
So, for those of you who have never seen hoops, here it is. I mean, it is literally just basketball. But of course, the big issue, Crafters, is getting the ball levitated enough to get it over what is quite a thick rim.
It is a big, thick rim, isn't it? But Cedric has almost found it. He almost got the bounce out, the roll around the hoop, but he gets the first points on the board. And yeah, this is a bit different from normal hoops. Normal hoops online is 2 versus 2. We have a big full court here in 3 versus 3, so it's going to be a little bit chaotic, this one.
And that was the perfect sort of goal to start you off. A lot of the hoops goals that we see will often utilize the far corners, get up high, and move infield to dunk it. As I say, the 1v1 aerial prowess of players often makes a big difference, but if you can spike it up midfield and just slice it in, that's also a pretty legitimate way to net. In fact, you're honestly giving your opponents less time to defend rather than if it's loitered up in the air. You can see, you can track the trajectory of the ball, but the only trajectory that we're seeing right now is this 1-0 lead being maintained by the Royal Air Force and DAF Bravo.
Ooh, indeed, and Cedric was hovering around. He's got a goal already, and he gets credit for that one. It went off of his car into the corner, and you see it here. This was the touch. The last touch from him, and then who was it? Oh, it was Tut. Oh, you can't score there, pal. I know you like to big yourself up, but score in the other hoop, pal.
Yeah, just close, but not close enough, and so a 2-0 lead for the historical figure, Cedric P. William. Make that a 2-1 lead for the historical figure, Cedric P. William. As over on the other side, Tut H, or I guess we could call him, I don't know, Tut H Spooks. I don't.
I was thinking more of William P. Cedric. Is it William P. Cedric?
William P. Cedric? I mean,
I
Cedric
think
P. William P. Cedric. Basically, what we're saying, Pierce, is that you're a fantastic middle name.
we're saying in the last one that Stelios P. Spooks was like a famous jazz musician from bygone eras. William will put a third in for the RAF and DAF Bravo squad. I don't know about William P. Cedric. Maybe that's his long lost cousin of Stelly P. Spooks.
Cedric P. William sounds like a contemporary of famous like poets. You can always like rely on a Cedric P. William poem, to get the blood pumping.
I don't know why, but like saying William P. Cedric, it reminds me of Billy D. Williams for some reason.
Yes, no, it's the same with anyone. Like, to be fair, whenever I say my real life name, I always say James T. Kirk, because haha, it's a Star Trek thing.
Yes.
If you've got if you've got like the legitimacy to utilize that middle initial, it makes things a whole lot better. Unfortunately, my middle name isn't Tiberius. My middle name is Thomas, but the only name that you should be thinking about right now is H3. The game remains close, Crafters. Back to a 1-goal affair.
Yeah, Brutus bringing the brutality. Big long ball, long court shot from the opposite corner, near enough. And that's this thing as well. You got to remember in hoops, the ball gets tipped off essentially. It's not a kickoff; it's a tip off. You need to fly up to make the first contact. And I remember when Hoops came out initially, and you know, like it was still at the point where not everyone knew how to aerial properly, but those who did, who could quick up aerial, could just score straight off the tip off, and as that one just floats handily over the net, it will still remain at this 3-2 scoreline.
That's like a police investigation with the tip-off, but to be fair, the only investigative case here is how do the blue team get back into this? It's halfway through our opening game of this series. It has been very competitive, to be fair, but a lot of shots have found their way across the bow, and ultimately it's been the orange team that has found their way closest, scoring more often than not. Lots of creativity, lots of straight shots towards the hoop, not necessarily loads of aerial attacks through the corner, as I mentioned earlier. And it's up to the blue team now to try and, first of all, defend, and then launch into a counter-attack.
Yeah, there's been a fair few missed layups and less slam dunks happening on this basketball court. There's just under 2 minutes left. It's a very competitive game, this. It's very back and forth. Two very evenly matched teams that we've plucked all-stars from all our rosters competing this weekend. Of course, we lost the Royal Navy out of the competition yesterday, but they'll still be competing in our show matches today. Of course, we've got Spooks representing the Royal Navy, and he'll lay this one in. I believe that was actually H3. Let's get cleared away out of the inside of the net. And this one can't be slammed down. Cedric will lay it nicely over to William.
This is another important facet of hoops is, of course, you've got that force field where the ball can travel up it, but as a player, as a machine, as a car, you actually travel through it, and it's crucial to utilize that particular passage to defend well. As we see from William there, a fantastic lift out and away that prevents this particular game from going to an equalizer.
I think if that was real basketball, William would get called for goaltending, but the slam dunk doesn't come through. Very well protected above the rim, as Spooks will lay this one to the backboard. Can't quite get it. Go maybe on the second attempt on the rebound, but not quite. Tuck will get it from the corner. Oh, what a shot that is from the three-point line. But only 30 seconds left. Can't tie it up.
Great read from P. And here's H3 off the backboard. Oh, hits that rim again. They keep on hitting it, but they can't find that extra bit of lift to throw it in. I think that would probably catch this orange defense off guard, but to be fair, their transitional play has been absolutely stellar, and it has burned plenty of time off the clock. And it looks like it's going to be early blood then to the orange team, unless there's a last hurrah. H3 keeps it up. He looking for the spike. It hits the deck, and that is the orange team with the opening point in this best of three.
Yeah, no buzzer beater coming through there for the orange team of William P. Cedric, as we as established them to be. I think did we get a name for the blue team yet, or are we just calling them like half American? Team half American.
I think that all 6 of these players and everybody in the room actually are creative, and I think that they should submit their names.
I believe so too.
To ink or aarongill@gmail.com. That's what I think they should do.
Proper emails. Don't email those like that. That's...
But shout out to our production team, though. In all seriousness,
they've been great.
Our wonderful production team are absolutely fantastic, both in the building and outside, making sure that all of us are kept nice and comfy, that everyone is kept super excited about what's upcoming. They're all doing a great job. So if you're out there in Twitch chat, or if you're a non-participant, then please be sure to show them plenty of love, because goodness knows these broadcasts would not happen without them.
Yeah, if it wasn't for them, we'd just be shouting into our mics at home with going to absolutely nobody, and we wouldn't be able to see it, and we'd just be playing Rocket League ourselves and shouting over it, as we tend to do, you know, like that's the life of the commentator. When we're not on broadcast, we just play Rocket League and commentate our own matches.
Radio Gaga much more than holding the colour, and plenty of colours. Certainly, it's a bright, very fancy looking court, isn't this, on our hoop stage, but no early goal to show. The early aggression here from the orange team, looking to looking to try and close things out in 2. It's been all sweeps all day, but here is Spooks. That's a lovely read, heads north straight towards net, catches the entire orange team upfield. That's advantage blue.
That's a shot with authority from Spooks. long distance. Again, I'm actually quite upset that Psionics don't employ like basketball scoring in hoops. That would have certainly been a three-pointer for the ages, but that one doesn't trickle in. He will get called for goaltending, but ain't no penalties in Rocket League, ain't no crying in baseball. And there's no crying in this one for the Daft Alpha and Royal Navy side, but maybe so. And off the rim again, H3 takes it back, and I think he almost own goaled it. I was worried that was, I thought that might have been an Orange player, and then I realised, oh wait, H3's taking it back to his own backcourt.
Ah, but it was the right decision, because by taking possession of the ball, you're keeping it away from other players, and that's exactly how the blue team scored in the first place. It's because possession was given over, and there was nobody back in net ready to defend. So it's actually better to go back towards your own backcourt than to let it run free, essentially. A really smart play from the man who is, in theory at least, the best hoops player in the lobby.
Yeah, very back and forth here, and that rim is starting to become a nuisance. Blocking shots, and you always get really caught on the inside when you're going in for an inside save on your own net. You do get caught on that rim quite a lot, and it can get very frustrating. Trust me, I played a lot of hoops back in my day. Been a while since I've dusted off the old shoes and got on the court, on the hardwoods. I mean, do you know what? Like, watching this reminds me of how much fun I used to have playing hoops all the time. It was fantastic when this came out. Oh, did Pete dunk that one down? Not quite.
Oh, H3, right down the other end. Oh, almost slips it in. A lovely, fantastic, a wondrous save from William. And here's Tut now to throw it back to the backboard. Is William again up high. Cedric lingering on the backboard. The ball's not going to reach him. There's H3. Tut, nice double touch, and into the net, 2-0.
A monster jam, as the announcer would say in this one. That was a slam dunk for the ages, right off the backboard, pinches in. 2-0.
I shouldn't do too much of that, should I? Because otherwise...
What were you doing?
DMC, are you ready for this? It's the Monster Jam.
A monster jam. That's okay, fair enough, got it. This is jam hot.
It is getting jam hot. Of course, Jam's might cold at the moment. We certainly hope he's enjoying a good rest, but we're most certainly enjoying a fantastic affair between these two, and it looks like it's heading to game number 3 as things stand, but 2 minutes is a long time in Rocket League, most certainly in hoops. And it's up to the orange team now to try and rescue the situation. A bit too mustard on that backboard pinch. Through the corner, there's Cedric, that goes down. Up high from P, the lift not going to find Cedric. This defense from the blue team just too good.
Very good indeed, and looking to tie the series up. It would be our first tie series, or our first game 3, I should say, in the show matches that we've seen today. Hoops will keep that one clear and not concede late in this one. Maybe even just try to get the 3 off the rim. It will just bounce and off the P. Here comes Tut. Plenty of boost in the tank. Gets the flip reset.
Nice.
And gets it all the way round. What a dunk.
It's King Tut. He's at it again. Dunks on William. Breaks the legs of Cedric, who was trying to rise from the ashes of his own net. That is a wonderful solo effort. That's the sort of goal that you see at top level hoops. That's a 3-goal advantage now for the blue team with just 60 seconds left to clock.
Out of Air Jordan. Call him Air Tut. He's certainly the king of the basketball court right now. And puts himself and his team of H3 and Spooks in a position to tie this series up and send us to a decider. Not quite the NBA Finals, but it'll have to do in this case. 45 seconds left. William flicks it up, trying to get some points out of this. That's a start, as it'll come off a defending player and P will get credit.
Aaron, it's at it again with this initial block, but Spooks caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. By reversing, actually makes the situation worse, makes that angle far more achievable, far more quickly. 2 goals to find in 38 seconds. The ball is teed up, and it's won by Tut. Follow-up actually goes the way of the orange team, however. H3 moves back down court. Around the corner, there's Spooks looking for the dunk. Goes sideways towards Tut, maybe a bit of a misplay. But as long as they can find... Well, I tell you what, if they can find more time to burn, then that's a good sign. playing with fire, and that's an errant touch, but a much needed touch away from Orange hands. 10 seconds left, Crafters. Looks like game
Chance.
3, unless...
Hang on. I mentioned earlier about the tip-off. You can score straight off of it if someone misses an arrow. Not seen it today. They'll have to do it here. Perhaps in the last 8 seconds. Anything can change before that buzzer sounds. It's still in the air. You still get to play. Keep it up, boys. Oh, they might even get off the kickoff. No.
Here's P. Second attack. Oh, it's a double
Chance.
commit, but it falls so finely for the blue team. He lifts it up. There's H3. It's going to go back into the central area, and it's not going to be kept up. Helter-skelter finale in game number 2, but that final decider is locked in.
Game 3 on the cards. Very, very close to even just being into overtime. What a match of hoops we've stumbled across here, Relic. These guys are giving it a all. And one thing I'll commend them for saying as well, obviously putting these teams together on the fly pretty much. They're working together so well. I know you've got Tut and H3 on one side. Obviously, they're teammates on DAF Alpha. We'll see them in the grand final a little bit later on. But incorporating Spooks into that side and then having 2 of the RAF boys on the other side of the stage, along with one of the Department of the Air Force. They're having fun. That's what counts as well.
Well, look, if there's one thing which I know of, sort of like getting into the military and sort of embracing that military culture, it's a couple of things. Of course, you've got the fitness side of it, especially those out in the field who require almost inhumane amounts of strength and endurance, but it's also that efficiency of communication. And so, to me, it makes perfect sense why a lot of these teams can mix and match, because they're used to talking to each other, and they're used to at least delivering the information that's required as efficiently as possible. So, by mentioning right wing, left wing, up, doubling, shadowing, it makes the job half as easy, or makes the job twice as easy, I should say.
Well, either way, they do need to get the job done here. As H3 almost opens up the scoring account for his side of things here in this decider game of hoops in this show match. And obviously these guys, there's nothing on the line for these games, but it's all about pride, it's all about having fun, and even just, say, like for the Department of the Air Force as well, we've got Alpha and Bravo on opposite sides here. Again, it's for a little bit of bragging rights as well between the guys coming from the States.
Cedric pulling up with William. That's a lovely pinch, but a bit too much there for P to deal with. H3 with a lift. Tries to sneak it in. A little too low. William and the orange team starting to stack up here. All find themselves in the same area, but that ball is dangerously close to going in. Still not in. Cedric hits the rim again.
Again, close but no cigar. Nothing dropping for the RAF and DAF Bravo side. As it heads back down the orange end. Very defensive game, this one. As it opens up the scoring from Tut, just out of nowhere.
You just had a sense it was coming. It's been all RAF and DAF Bravo, and it takes one moment for the entire narrative to flip. Tut, striker supreme, finds that go-ahead goal, and that should give them the confidence to not just defend better, Crafters, but to find more opportunities just like that one.
The opportunity found immediately. Might even get another one. Tut, he's been looking like LeBron James out here. Not able to get the dunk this time around. We'll lay it off to H3. His beautiful. Looking for that. Oh, that was awesome. What a powerful shot that was, but great defense.
It's not exactly goal line technology, more like goal hoop technology, but H3 slams it in. Nice pinch off the backboard, doubles the money, 2-0.
Doubles it up. And P just looking really awkward. He had plenty of boost in the tank. I don't know what he's doing there, just stalling for time, perhaps? He was just really awkward, and of course the DAF Alpha Royal Navy squad, they're just going to come flying in and take the opportunity.
So halftime comes and goes. Very much the advantage, blue team. But P, unbelievable! How many times does this team want to rattle the woodwork without actually scoring? It's surely going to play on their minds.
Not quite shattering the glass, that one. Heading off the rim and looking for the rebound this time. Cedric will be defended by Spooks. And H3 bringing this back up court. It's so back and forth as well. Like it's a smaller field as well compared to the normal Rocket League pitch. Offense can change on a dime. H3 looking maybe for that killer blow within 2 minutes to get 3 on the board, but we did see this orange squad come back from a 3-goal deficit near enough at the end of the last game. There's still plenty of time left for both sides.
Sidebar, is it woodwork? I mean, I realise that it's not woodwork in soccer either, but it's like, you know, obviously it used to be wooden posts, but is it more like
the rim.
plastic work or steel work? Yeah.
The rim, you mean? Yeah, I think it's steel. It's steel. Oh, but the backboard is glass, so it's glass and steel, I suppose.
You talk about steel works, you think about forging things, and, well, to be fair to the blue team, they forged a nice lead here, and given the offensive efficiency of the orange team, the goals have dried out completely. With 60 seconds left, something's got to change, and it's got to change quickly. Demo at least will enact a power play, miss off the backboard, but there is another shot that ends up too low.
That's the thing, keeping this at 2-0. We've seen the RAF and Daft Bravo come back in less time than this, and they might even have a shot here as it pops downfield to P. William will have a chance at this on the left-hand side, but little boost in the tank. And you really wanted to see them score right then and there to give themselves a realistic chance. Now it becomes a little bit more tight, and even if this one goes in for 3, that might end it. But right back down the other end, they've got a shot over the rim, and in from P. 22 seconds left.
This has been a bit of a prolific problem, is that the ball has never teed up high enough for the RAF or Daft Bravo to try and get it in, but using that lip between backboard and floor just to pinch it and slice it over, it gives them a shoot of hope. Crafters, 1-goal game, 20 seconds.
Off the kickoff. Goes fairly neutral into the side wall, but H3 picks that up. He loses possession, and it's straight to William. This is the Daft Alpha and Royal Navy side under pressure. Spooks puts it back right over the hoop as well. And P out of the corner. Can he tee up to a teammate? He's there. Cedric lays it to P. 2-2.
You just sensed. Oh, look at this. The mentals. A quick check to the cameras. We weren't expecting the buzzer beater, but it was building. You can sense the tension. You can sense the panic in front of net, or rather over the net in this case. And our game 3 decider, Crafters, it goes all the way to overtime.
Overtime in the decider for one of the Hoops games, and it'll be RAF and Daft Bravo. They brought it back. They were 2-0 in the hole, and just at the last second they tie it and they get it in overtime.
Oh, you can see that slightly hurts Tut. It's a pain smile. Brilliant though. What resolve from the RAF and Daft Bravo. They were on the precipice of suffering a reverse sweep. 2 goals down, Crafters, with 2 minutes to go. They find 3 in that time, exercising overtime to its greatest ability. Wow, and we've got one more match to go.
Excellent stuff. I love watching Hoops. I mean, you said Hoops isn't your favorite game mode. Have you been turned now?
To play, I enjoy watching Hoops.
Well,
it's always great fun.
It's fantastic to watch. I absolutely love it, and it just produces moments like that. And hopefully, we can get some more moments like that in our next Hoops game. We'll see who the mystery players are going to be right after this break. Don't go anywhere. More Hoops action after this.
Tut. Talk to me about your experience for today's competition.
Went pretty well. Pretty smooth. Can't complain. And we came out, didn't lose a single series.
Heading into tomorrow, you're going to be facing off versus the RAF boys. What's the plan to prep?
I think we're going to get a good night's rest and just play how we play.
And now explain the AFEI experience to me in 3 words.
3 words. Exhilarating, adventurous, and competitive.
Awesome. Best of luck tomorrow.
We're back again. There we go. My microphone is on now. We're back again with the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. We had our very first Hoops game taking place, and what a last-minute goal that was. But we're heading into our next Hoops matchup, and it's going to be the Spooky Eagles taking on SOS. Stelios, homie, I'm going to come over to you. I've put you on the spot now. Talk to me. How are you feeling? What are you thinking? Are you nervous at all?
I'm a man of many words, but the word I would pick in this particular occasion is nervous. I'm not a Hoops player, so it should be interesting. Hopefully I don't whiff too much.
Only time will tell, bro. Only time will tell. But I'm expecting a lot more out of you guys in your game later today as well. Yeah, you as well. All right, well, it is about time to get things started, so it is back over to my wonderful casters.
Thank you very much, Veracity. Hoops Havoc continues, and we have team names.
Yeah, we
that
do.
Actually, make sense. Team
Whoa.
SOS. Guess what? Their names start with S, O, and S. We also have the Eagles. Guess what? Eagles on their side. Let's roll through the rosters, shall we? Starting with SOS. We've got Onza, also known as KS9. Maybe he's changed his name in game. It would be nice to see. We've got Skids, and of course, then we've got Stelios there. He is concerned about taking a trip to Whiffington Central, Crafters, but given that he was pretty decent as an anchor, as a goalkeeper in Friday's action, I think if he sticks towards that and just focuses on hitting those aerials first and foremost, he should be okay.
Yeah, he's got that captain vibe around him. He on his normal squad with the RAF, he'll be playing in the final a little bit later on today against DAF Alpha. He's going to be the grounding force, I suppose, although in basketball, maybe you don't want grounding forces, you want aerial forces, so maybe switch it up, Stelios.
It just reminded me of Ground Force, honestly. Who remembers Ground Force?
Pulling out the Ground Force references.
Literally, like, completely calling out my age on that one. Let's very swiftly
Alan
move on to
Titchmarsh
our
when you
other
need him.
side. Right? I mean, well, look, we got the Spooky Eagles instead, who I feel a little sorry for Horizons. It just feels like they've forgotten him as part of the name. But Spook, War Eagle, and Horizons, a very interesting style of squad, honestly. Again, Horizons, we think of this out-and-out striker, really struggled in Snow Day as his team never really got going to support him properly. But I think in Spooks and War Eagle, I think he's actually got a better foundation to work off. And to me, at least, Crafters, I feel like the matchup is a fantastically close one. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one go to Game 3 as well.
Yeah, and I would imagine it's going to go similarly to... Well, if it goes anything like the first series of Hoops that we saw, we're in for an absolute treat. What a ending we had there. But let's have a look at our player of the match. It is Onza, also known as KS9. We'll see if who he's called in-game. Yeah, he was original SART BC player, so that, if you're not familiar, Rocket League is actually the second version of this game. They used to have supersonic acrobatic rocket power battle cars. Nice. So, thank you. So, Onza, a real veteran of the scene, and claims to be the best Batmobile player around. He certainly had his moments in the Batmobile yesterday. We'll see what he's like, and if the Batmobile helps him out in Hoops. Can Batmobiles fly in the movies? I'm not sure.
No, that'd be the Batwing.
That would be the Batwing, wouldn't it? Yes.
Yeah, that'd be the Batwing. He's got a specific mode of transportation for flying. So, yeah, his car doesn't... Although, to be fair, given that we are moving into an era where we're trying to get flying cars off the ground... maybe in the future, it'll all be just the Batmobile that does everything. But right now, it is just the Batmobile as it is. Of course, there are many types of Batmobile, but I think I'd like to see him in the Fennec. I think he looked really, really good in the Fennec, especially. And he's someone who can create a goal from nothing. Always a useful thing to have as part of a squad. Although, again, a very different skill set required to score goals in Hoopscraft, man. It's all about the aerials. It's all about the tee-ups. And I think this is going to be really testing the limits of all 6 of these players.
Yeah, we do focus on the aerial ability as a lot. We'll change up the basketball court as well. I forgot they have different basketball courts now. Is this
to be fair, this is like the latest one.
I was going to say, is this the new one?
Last
Sovereign
6 months.
Heights, yeah.
Sovereign Heights, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, I only know it's called Sovereign Heights because I just saw it on a sign on the outside of the court, but Skid will be soaring to new heights with his first goal for his team.
Yeah, it's a bizarre one, isn't it? Because it's just the chip off the tee up from the goal. It actually comes off the wall, and that's just angles, baby. That's just physics. That's just mathematics. And I love that about hoops as well. The calculating player that can do those equations quickly make a big, big difference. And for the SOS, that's the first goal of the series. They go 1-0 up.
That they do. And they could be tied back up as that one will just bounce around the rim. It does eventually drop in. You see that sometimes, and it'll just bounce around the houses and end up plopping back out. Boy, do I know about that. But this one, fortunately for the Spooky Eagles, they do get themselves a goal.
What I love about the
basket,
SOS
I should say. We should call them baskets.
A basket?
Goals.
No, a score probably.
That's what you call them, and like he scored a basket.
No way.
Yeah,
no way.
Genuinely, you score a basket in basketball.
That's really dumb. Sorry, Americans, but
I prefer to call them field goals as well. Like it's a goal from the field in normal
a goal
play of
is the
basketball.
mechanism. We don't call like I understand in soccer we call them
Goals.
but like it's a goal post. Like there's goal post and a goal. But I'm trying to think of another example. You don't call a swimming victory a pool. And on that note, it's 1-1. 3 minutes 30 left on the clock.
I have no response for that. I'm sorry.
I knew I'd make you speechless one day, Kraft.
Every day,
No
man.
speech. We can't be speechless here though. That's a 2-1 lead for the Spooky Eagles. Quick response. How about that? Now that is a tee-up. Great reactions from Spooks. Okay, it takes a little bounce off the rim, but it's good enough. It catches out SOS, and they are going to be waving the red alerts now because they've lost that all-important advantage.
Yeah, great aerial ability from Spooks, laying it up for themselves. And it gives the Spooky Eagles that 2-1 advantage, and we know how quickly B-ball can change. As, again, Spooky Eagles putting a lot of pressure on, but still relieved. Here comes KS9, or Onza, as we'll try and refer to him as. The team name SOS wouldn't make sense otherwise. Call him KS9 anyway, because it's a nice name. I like KS9. I just called him KSI yesterday, which was a faux pas.
It was a very funny faux pas. I understand that apparently, what's their drink thing?
Prime.
Prime time or something? Prime? Apparently going to become the new sponsor of Barcelona, so is the word. And I would quite like to see some prime Barcelona from these two teams. A bit of tiki-taka, a bit of passing play with the lethality in front of the basket now. There, you happy? Find a way through and either tie things up in SOS's case, get a bit of daylight for the Spooky Eagles.
Yeah, need some shots on target, on net, on basket, but that one will drop in for 2. The Spooky Eagles for a 2-goal advantage, I should say. And that's just a mistake by Stelios, gives it straight to Horizons. And KS9 just gives him a helping hand and puts the Spooky Eagles up by 2.
Doesn't matter whether it's a match for fun, doesn't matter what game mode you're in. Coming back from an early goal down does require a certain bit of mental fortitude. Just ask any Platinum player in Rocket League ranked, and you will understand. 2 minutes left, eyeing up a 4th, almost getting a 4th, off the rim, away, double commits as well. SOS in trouble.
It was off the square of the backboard as well, and just bounces off the rim and out. I talked earlier about how this rim can really trick you and just throw you off your game. Bounces are very strange off of this rim. It is regulation. I will point that out in terms of hoops at least. Then Horizons has a free shot and at net, and he gets it. 3 goal advantage.
Yeah, so you can see all three players, they're in the right spot, but then AS9 and Skids, they double commit, and it goes back to what I was talking about in the earlier series. It's all about communication, it's all about understanding your role and where you sit on the court. If you're going to be sitting underneath the hoop, then fighters, that's a wonderful save away to deny a fifth, but they need a bit more of that. And more to the point, Crafters, they need to understand that when they transition, they can't sell themselves too short, otherwise either wing's going to be open, and those wings are crucial for setting up further nets.
Absolutely, and playing the press offense, be getting a triangle passing loop going. I'm throwing all these basketball references there, and I imagine you're not well versed in the association. You would pick these up, but I'm selling you short though. Like, do you know your basketball at all? Who won the NBA Finals this year?
The basketball team.
Correct. He knows ball.
Yeah,
everyone. He knows ball.
I know my more famous things from my Kobe's, of course, rest in peace to to my sort of like Harlem Globetrotters sort of like fancy team that doesn't actually play, but they're basically like a skill team, aren't they? And
yeah. Do you know who it is the Globetrotters play against? Who they always beat up?
Absolutely no idea.
It's the Washington Generals. The team. There's the two of them touring around. Obviously, the Globetrotters are just, they're just freestyle. They're like a freestyle team.
Yeah, I've never heard of them, so therefore they are irrelevant as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, that is the point of them to be.
SOS almost made irrelevant in this particular game as well. I don't mean to be too harsh, of course, but 4-1 is pretty damaging, and it's fair to say that after getting that early goal, they never really looked like they could press on. In fact, the press was the biggest problem, it seems to me, Crafters, given that they continually fell into double committing situations. They left open passing lanes. And, of course, you've got to give credit over to the Spooky Eagles. When they saw those opportunities, they went for them, and their accuracy was on point.
Absolutely. And I know we were talking earlier about how these pickup teams, obviously, I believe, in fact, Stelios he's obviously on his own on the stage. He's got Skid and Onza playing remotely.
Yeah.
And you've got, Spooks and, Horizons and McWar Eagle on stage together. Or no, am I talking rubbish there? I think they're... Is it 1v1 on stage? I think it is. No, I'm talking rubbish. Never mind. I was thinking of an old camera shot from the last series.
It must be weird, though. You're right.
It is weird.
To just be the one person up on stage, and it's not 1v1. This isn't like, fighting game territory. It's like you've got other people, they're just non-present. Oh, and the goal's going to be non-present. So close to another opener. It's off the rim this time from KS9. Skids isn't able to get there in time. I'm a poet, and I kind of do know it because this happens to me all the time. But here's Stelios looking for the dunk, and he's got it. It's all.
You may be a poet and very aware of that fact, and very aware of the fact that he scores. It's Stelios. He might be the only one up there for his squad. But he's playing lovely solo work there. Absolutely fantastic from the three-point line. From the free throw line, I should say. From the free throw line. But yeah, SOS out in front. And here comes KS9. Free run at net. Slam! Dunk! 2-0.
Where was this in game number 1? All of a sudden, we're starting to react to what the Spooky Eagles are doing rather than trying to come up with our own strategy on the fly. Spacing out, understanding where the tee-ups are going to arrive and when the more harder hitting passes downfield are going to come from. It's a lovely punishment. It's a 2-0 lead. Maybe coming into a 3-0 lead scenario soon. It's round the corner. It's in. Wow.
Where is the defense going for Spooky Eagles? Another double commit, as you said, and it's McWar Eagle will just lay it up for Skids. And round the houses, round the corner, it will go and bang into the net. 3-0, and we're not even a minute through this hoops game.
Spooky Eagles, the wings have been clipped.
Oh boy.
Solo standard special, but it gets the job done for SOS, and it's straight into an attack. AS9, that's going to be thrown away. Stelios, starting from square one, intercepted by Spooks, goes over the net. Back into a dangerous area, Horizons off the rim. It's almost in, but still not. A lovely flick away from KS9, almost Scandi in its nature.
Still looking for this opener for the Spooky Eagles, and again that rim comes into play. It's very, very tough to read when this ball bounces. I believe it is a standard, I know it looks like a basketball, but it's this normal, physics of the ball like we see in Rocket League. I know we had the puck in Snow Day just a moment ago, and that is not very heavy, doesn't bounce a lot. But this one, it's tough to read when it comes off that backboard, whether it's going to hit the rim. And look at this one again. The hoop's just constructed in a way where standard, pinches off the floor and volleys are just going to go straight over the net. You need to be more precise.
Yeah, but forgive me if I'm wrong. This particular ball is lighter than a regular 3v3, I believe. I think it's marginal, but it does allow for a little more airtime if you pop it up. At least that's from what I remember. I don't know whether they have changed that or whether, quite frankly, I'm just speaking nonsense. I have been known to do that on occasion as well.
We're all chatting, yapping, as the first touch guys would probably say. Oh, yapping. You got to flap your gums if you're SOS, because Spooky Eagles have had nothing to say in this one. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go, halfway through, and the Spooky Eagles still fumbling about. I mean, with a name like Spooky Eagles, that you would imagine that is more of a basketball team. Although I know my Eagles in the NFL, they don't play basketball. They play good old gridiron football, and that wasn't holding in the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. Anyway, you don't have to respond to that if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Different sport.
Different sport.
More stoppages.
Yeah, there's lots of stoppages in the NBA because television. It's an all-American sport. That's the thing I don't like about American sports. It's just, yes, it's stop-start, but it's because of American TV.
It's true. And now for a word from our sponsors. I'm kidding.
Yeah, we don't take breaks like that.
We don't take breaks like that, most certainly, and we'd be looking away from what has been an enthralling series, but for very different reasons to our first one, which was a little bit tighter. This is a slap one way, a counter-slap almost. Here's a fourth on the door for KS9, and I have to agree with you, really, from what you said at the beginning. I mentioned the lower press, the more reactive nature in the midfield, but Spooky Eagles defense has gone MIA.
Yeah, completely AWOL. As SOS sending out the signal. No help required for them because they are deservedly in the lead. Maybe even a 5-goal lead if KS9 could maybe just get that one over the rim. Yeah, Spooky Eagles have been, they've been spooked in this one, haven't they?
They have indeed. The Spooky Eagles, and it's not even October yet. Sun is shining. Too spooky for me. I mean, if we get a 4-2 scoreline, that'd be incredible. It was almost 5-0, but for the late save there. And there's really been nothing to speak of, Crafters. This orange side, that is quite extraordinary that they've been shut down so convincingly by an SOS squad who look like they legitimately look like they've changed over who is actually playing under the usernames.
Yeah, it feels like we've just put Daft Alpha out on the field. Like, they're just looking by the scoreline. And still nothing dropping for the Spooky Eagles. It's been a tough game too. But they'll get the return game because game number 3 will be on the way. Both of our Hoot show matches going the distance. We'll play a decider. It was an exciting one last time around. Let's see if we have any more excitement in the final game of Hoops today.
Couldn't even get a consolation. And Stelios is smiling. There is no doubt as to why. Very convincing, very strong. And you always want that strong performance one game before the final game. Then again, we were threatening a reverse sweep in our last series. And we know how that one ended, Crafters.
Yeah, we did. It ended with a valiant comeback from what did we call them? Team P. William P. Cedric is what that team was called, and yeah, a buzzer beater to send it to OT, and an absolute slam dunk right off the kickoff in overtime as well. Absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to see if this one ends up the same way, James.
I most certainly hope that that Jam gets a couple of best of threes going the distance in our final set of show matches, because otherwise he has most certainly been the unlucky one up until this point. But yeah, it's a stranger series really, because of just how much whiplash we got from one side being great and then the other side being great, as the side that won in the first place completely capitulated. I have a feeling that the opening goal here is going to be crucial to deciding the outcome of this one. A very different scenario perhaps to our first series, as that is a big miss from Stelios. A fantastic opening spurt.
We'll give Spooky Eagles a little bit of respite, knowing that they are human after all. They can miss fairly open chances like that. Oh, Stelios over the top. Well, that's a nice little layup for himself. Tries to just pop it over the rim. Can't quite get it. Skid's looking for the dunk down. Not quite. Off the backboard. Spooky Eagles now with, 0-0 on the scoreboard and plenty of time on the clock. They'll reset here and just go for broke as they try to win their show match.
Get that strong defense down first and then go for it. See if you can counter the counter from SOS. It's the dribble from War Eagle. Skids denies him. Stopped in the midfield. And that's very much ruined SOS's rotation. Flick to KS9. Oh, it's Skids! It's round the corner! It's saucy! Get the condiments out!
Lovely cherry pick there from Skids. But what a pass from KS9. Recognizes that his teammate is ready and waiting. And he pops it over, and over the rim it will fall. 1-0 for SOS, and they continue their run. 5 goals in a row as they set themselves up for success here in Game 3.
There's that British Army synergy. Stelios able to sit and admire. 5 goals unanswered for the SOS. Spooky Eagles. I mentioned the first goal being important. I'm sorry, but you've simply got to score now. And this is an opening, but a feels bad backflip allows Stelios to get onto the backboard. Freedom of the backboard to bat it away right down the other end. In fact, it's going to be number 2. The Batmobile drives home a dagger.
Oh, Stelios can't believe it. Can't believe his team are absolutely flying through this game number 3. KS9 showing why he is one of the better Batmobile players in this server at the very least. I think they're the only Batmobile player in this server if I'm not mistaken, but nevertheless it is still SOS. Now that is 6 goals in a row that Spooky Eagles have conceded without reply. And they just get one. One would shift the tide so much and give them a lot of confidence going into the second half of Game 3.
We've gone from important to crucial to imperative, and this is very scary indeed. The Spooky Eagles, turns out that they were the ones watching the horror the entire time. Now it's a chance, but spurned yet again. It falls for Horizons. Hardly said his name, have we? The flick, it hits the rim, and that just about sums these last 2 games up.
Yeah, it's flop after flop after flop from the Spooky Eagles. And they just cannot get something solid going here. They really need to turn on the jet engines, but that is an absolute banger from Stelios.
Yeah, KS9 was thinking he needed to get a touch. He really didn't. Stelios read that beautifully. It's 3-0, and that could be all she wrote, Crafters.
Possibly so. But we've seen comebacks already today, Relic. And it was a 3-goal comeback earlier on for the orange team. It would have had to be a 4 if that one found its way netbound. That was ever so close to being a dagger through the heart of the Spooky Eagles.
I had a panic attack, my goodness.
You had a panic attack, imagine then.
I did, yeah. I like to put myself in their shoes, Crafters. I like to feel empathy for these players, and that is a pass. That's another. Oh my goodness me! They have paid the woodwork, the steelwork, whatever you want to call it, Crafters, to aid them in their efforts. The SOS. And there's now only 90 seconds left. That is 1 goal per 30, not impossible, but it's just about the momentum. It's all blue team right now.
I think War Eagle had to score there. That's a tough break to concede, and again, this rim playing its part on both ends of the court. But War Eagle try to take it up the wall. That is the play, to try and just get up that corner and get the layup to your teammate, but that is exactly what Stelios and Skids couldn't do. The pass was there, Stelios couldn't make contact.
It's 1 goal per 20 seconds now. That's a lovely read from Stelios out to the midfield. Look, War Eagle, they're going sideways. They keep on crossing the play, but they don't seem to find a way through the all-important force field that gives them the points on the top of your screens, folks. Horizons to McWar Eagle through the corner again, and Horizons completely whiffs it. Spooks, that's a layoff to Stelios. It's more setting up for a fourth, and it almost is.
Maybe a chance now to go down the other end of the field. 30 seconds on the clock, and McWar Eagle gives the Spooky Eagles a chance.
They are leaving it late, but a kickoff goal or a tee-up goal, and we're in for a barnstormer of a finale yet again. You can almost sense the anticipation in the room. What if?
What if indeed? 30 seconds on the clock. 2 goals required for the Spooky Eagles, but you're not going to score anything if you just leave it laying in the middle of the field. Skids will just take this back into the corner, maybe even just to waste some time off the clock. Drain this clock dry, just dribble it out. With now 10 seconds left, McWar Eagle to the corner. Maybe he bounces around the houses and maybe bounces in, but couldn't quite find pay dirt as it bounces off the rim. Oh boy.
What if indeed the Spooky Eagles, when it mattered most, just couldn't put it away? And SOS, they win themselves in reverse sweep fashion. Our second match in Hoops Havoc Crafters. 2 brilliant series, an excellent demonstration from both sides. Aerial prowess, a bit of fun, and fantastic results for those who won.
Yeah, it's good stuff, and that is it for the extra modes portion of our show matches. We will get into some mixed team 3v3 action in just a little bit as we have a look at our schedule. We'll see Team Tut versus Team Ethan. That is going to be brash, bold as brash. 2 teammates going up against each other, and later on we'll see Team Plum taking on H3. But man, I do love watching these extra modes, Relic. It's good fun. But of course, later on we will have our 3rd place and our 1st place match. Those are going to be the stars of the show, Relic. But we have a couple of show matches still to go.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be the last vestiges of the Royal Navy. Of course, they were eliminated yesterday from the main competition, so we will finally be able to bid our true adieu to them before heading into those championship playoffs. But for now, we take a little break. When we return, it's time for some Allied Pugs. We'll see you then after this.
hoops. But now it is finally time to get into our pug matchups, all friendly, of course. I know Tut is busy setting up over here. Hey, homie. Talk me through the roster process in selecting your players for this next matchup. Who did you pick and why?
I picked Onza first just because he's cracked, and then I just want to make the teams as fair as possible. Give you guys a good show.
All right, okay. I'm liking the logic behind that. You feeling a little bit lonely up here on stage, though? You don't have any friends? You can sit next to him, right, Zig? I like the wave going on there. Ethan, I'm not sure if you can hear me through that headset. Hey, talk me through the deciding of who you wanted to compete in this game with you and why.
Well, I chose Cedric over here because he was kind of peeking on us. I think he's the best player in the Royal Air Force. And then Jaden I also saw. I didn't play against him, but he seemed pretty decent. So hopefully we'll get a W.
Okay, do you agree with the statement that Tut is the best player we have here?
No.
I like it. Short and sweet, short and sweet. Well, it is finally back over to my remote talent to take it from here.
Fighting words between regular teammates, but they're on opposite sides now. It is Team Tut versus Team Ethan. And boys, we heard why each captain has chosen their particular team. James, I'm going to come to you first about Team Tut. They were basically just saying, oh yeah, these guys are absolutely cracked. We're just going to take them for ourselves.
Yeah, so we've already spoken plenty about Tut's ability to break open a game. I think KS9/Onza falls into a very similar sort of bracket. You then look at Skids and you're like, hold on a second, he also falls into a very similar type of bracket. It's a very aggressively tilting sort of, not tilting in like the, oh god, I'm so tilted, red missile. It's a very aggressively tilting sort of side. It feels like it's going to be all goals and no defense. And if I'm Coach Ethan over on the other side, I'm going to try and recognize that. And it's why I think, and Jam will probably explain this a little bit more, why he's actually put together, in my mind, a more balanced roster than the king of content here.
Yeah, I think it's all gas, no brakes with Team Tut. But as you mentioned there, James, I'll come to you, Jan, to talk about Team Ethan. A little bit more grounded and well-balanced.
Yeah, looking at this roster, Ethan got himself against Cedric. We've seen him yesterday plenty as RAF have been playing. We've seen him today during Snow Day, I believe Hoops as well. And Jordan, just picking Jordan up, making sure that British Army has some representation. He is the most inconsistent man in NATO. I think Ethan can take that and make something better. Also, turning back to one earlier point, Tut's ability, I like that as one word, just Tut's ability.
Tut's ability. I mean, I suppose Tut's ability would be his skills on the mic. He's been talking a lot of trash, but let's focus on the captain of that other team. It is King Tut, as you have dubbed him, James. He has been talking some smack, but he's been backing it up in game so far this weekend.
I mean, look, it's his first event in Europe, and he is making a splash. He's currently GC3, but of course he's hit SSL in the past. Technically speaking, one of the best players at this LAN event, and it's quite exciting, isn't it, to know that it's his brother that got him into Rocket League rather than himself. He was introduced to it via a proxy, and yet he's so naturally talented. And to be fair, he's got the confidence to back up his abilities, maybe prone to a little bit of complacency here and there. But of course, in these Allied Pug matches, it's a bit of fun. He's here to have a good time. I imagine it's going to be a lot more of a serious face once we head into that championship playoff later in the day.
Yeah, so the last couple of show matches that we've got for you just now, it is Tut, Team Tut versus Team Ethan, the two Alpha, DAF Alpha boys going against each other. Let's see how this one plays out. Gents, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Craftman. Jam. It's Allied Pugs, it's Pick'em teams, and it's two very different methodologies. The player who thinks he knows best against the coach that thinks he knows best. And I'm really excited to see if Tut's overwhelmingly aggressive composition here is actually going to prove some dividends.
Whoa, hold on a second. What's this? What's this? Where are we at? The stadium? Ladies and gentlemen, we've thrown just a little bit of a loop into the whole thing. This is Pugs, this is soccer, but with a twist. This is I believe the Legacy Stadium would be the perfect word for it. Skids open up the scoring. As you can notice, the goals just have been pushed a little bit further, bringing back the memories of Snow Day that we played just a moment ago. But no, this is now back to your regular soccer, but this is going to be different. This is going to be interesting, and this is going to be huge. I swear to God, this stadium is twice the size of the usual.
Don't call it a throwback, but you can call it a comeback if Team Ethan are able to score. Is that a battle bus?
That is a battle bus, Cedric.
What on earth is this nonsense? You know, if it works for you, it works for you. But I tell you what will work for you as well is utilizing that backboard a little less, because of course the distance now is elongated, as you rightly mentioned, Jam. The pitch seems a whole lot bigger, and so hard hits off, to be fair, any of the walls that make up this box. It's going to be a little more difficult to try and read them infield with redirect shots on net.
So look for passes, look for aerial dribbles going into the net, or having a support of a second player, maybe for a team pinch on the ground. And that might be the strategy for this. If you are a skilled backboard, double tap, triple tap players, this is on the line and sent out by Skids, player who has scored the first goal in this game. And if might score the second one for the opposite team, then if those backboard plays were your bread and butter, you'll have to sit this one out just a little bit, but I'm pretty sure at this level, these players are no one-trick ponies.
Yeah, there are certainly a small but vocal minority within the esports scene who quite like to see Rocket League evolve in some way or another. I'll count myself among them in terms of map variation, but there are some who are suggesting, why don't we just increase the player limit? Why don't we go for 4 or 5 players, as we will see in majority of other esports? And this is the sort of stadium that can really support that style of game. As you can see, the 3 players offered a lot of space if they so desire it, if they seek it out. But so far, the scoreline has remained pretty much the same since that opener, Jam. With the lion's share of 3 minutes left, it remains 1-0, and Team Ethan struggling to find a lot of purchase in the opposition half.
To be fair, every single time I've played on this open stadium, the scorelines were always quite low. Even more so if the modes that were being played were absolutely wild. Throw Rumble into the mix, throw any sort of shenanigans, and yeah, it's really open, and it's hard even for 3 players to utilize all of that space a lot. Plus, you somehow have to reprogram yourself. The field is different. The net is there, it's the same size, I do hope, but it is oh so different. So Tut and his team with the goal of Skids might yet just win this on 1. But of course, we want to see explosions, we want to see action, we want to see allied forces in full force.
If memory serves me correctly, the anniversary of, so when this map first dropped, the natural game mode that went along with it was 4v4. And you can tell the Team Tata are very much spreading their wings here. They're allowing themselves the time to figure out a pass, like this, for example, which tees them up to better opportunities. Team Ethan looking to go a little bit more direct, which, quite frankly, is the complete opposite to what we were expecting. We were expecting Team Tut to be all out, but thinking technically, thinking tactically, and it seems like their composition might actually perfectly suit this map style, as opposed to Team Ethan, who come off almost as passive.
Right, well, maybe it's going to be the allied Bim Bam on the side of Team Tut, or perhaps the strategic quirks of Team Ethan are going to work out. After all, Ethan, coach for that side, and might have some good words or some breakdancing, as we have just seen in a moment, and also individual play. Cedric falls a bit far back. Jordan in there, Tut being bumped out, dribble left, right. Thankfully, this goes in, otherwise I would feel really sorry for the side of Team Ethan.
Finally, a bit of aggression. Ethan hounding Tut. And Jordan, with a lovely flick over, finds its way in, utilizes that lip at the post to sneak in an equalizer with just shy of a minute left. That's a good time to score, to use the old cliche.
And you can see Ethan immediately falling back, not even favoring the midfield boost, knows it needs to be back home, and for a good reason. Tut and their aggression is going to be right there on top of Team Ethan, and nobody wants to just overextend themselves. So there's where passiveness comes into play. Cedric tries to pass it to Ethan. Half pass, half shot. Jordan now forced to defend against 2, but ball has already been sent past to the corner behind the net, and ring around the rosy it goes.
course, part of the reason why it's low
Holy.
scoring as that flashes across the bow is that if you miss, you're spending so much more time recovering the ball. And I have known some parties to, if they are in the lead, keep ball behind the net to continue that process to its greatest extremity. Well, the process will indeed continue unless we see a late winner. It'll likely go the way of Team Tut, if anybody, but that's a lovely challenge from Cedric. AS9 able to keep it up somewhat. There's Jordan, and a little flick on from the battle bus. Not going to convert. It's OT at 1-1.
This could have benefited both of the teams, and it kept changing with whoever had the position at the moment and whose net the ball was closest to. KS9, I guess, a little, once again, demonstrating that Batmobile. We lamented that, played a little bit of it, and then he switched back even mid-series. Kids, that's a big net to shoot at, and there's only one goalie to deal with it. Team Tut, their aggression. Even Tut himself cannot believe it. I'm surprised. He's in disbelief that this just happened. You won! Celebrate!
Shake of the fist, or a somewhat celebratory glance. It is 1-0 to Team Tut. And when you're in a 1v1 scenario like that, Jam, I think Skids plays the situation so well. His first touch is nigh on perfection. And because you're often expecting that first touch to, at the very least, escape the grasp of the player that's receiving it, it's understandable why the keeper goes for the jump, because you're putting yourself in the best position to react. But because it's so great a touch, it means he's able to take it down, shoot away from the keeper. It's a lovely goal, ultimately, to break the deadlock.
2-4 Skids brings Team Tut ahead, and since we're still dealing with best of threes, and it might be 2 wins and they're done. But you saw, again, low scoring, a lot of time is being, if not wasted, at the very least required to bring the ball back from behind the net, and we're immediately going here, as if to demonstrate my point. Tut can use that as a ramp, can use this as a little bit of an extra boost, not even use the boost himself. Go up forward, but miss here, miss there. Skids finally breaks the deadlock up.
Hello.
Touching the ball. Excuse me?
More than meets the eye.
Alrighty, well, Optimus Prime is among us.
Oh no! As a legitimate fan of Transformers, that hurts me at a place which I didn't know I could be hurt.
Wait until they win.
It's Bumblebee!
Oh, my bad.
He's a robot
Yellow,
in this. He's the yellow one!
So which one is, which one? Skids. No, he does not stop. Third for Skids.
Optimus Prime is the red and blue truck. Yeah. To be fair, Team Tut, they keep on trucking. They keep on finding goals. In particular, Skids keeps on finding goals. I feel like he was like it's KS9 Tut and also this guy at the beginning of the series. But the guy's coming up clutch, some brilliant goals, a third to his name.
So for now, strategy for Tut is paying off. Picking up Skid and KS9, and Skids is just all over field in a good way. And right now, Tut and KS9 trying to combine for something. There's the third demos flying left and right. This is a Michael Bay movie once again. There's no doubts about that. Everybody's going to come back, and knowing that you have to start your attack for such a long place away means that even the demo might not always result into a good man event.
Indeed, and unlike Michael Bay movies, this is actually good. Lovely pass, lovely drop down, 2-0 Team Tut.
So are you a Transformers fan but not a Michael Bay movie fan?
The first one was good. Okay, everyone thereafter, absolute garbage.
That's how those franchises sometimes go. In any case, Team Tut now finally on board with somebody other than Skids, but undeniably in the lead. Team Ethan, where is the fire? Where is the power? Where is... well, pretty much even getting shot on target. Skids against Ethan, straight to Jordan, and through Cedric, unfortunately to Tut, and everybody by that point is out. You also cannot use the backboard to quickly reorient yourself. Jordan is now behind the whole procession, tries to go from the top, but he launches himself. It is a ramp behind him.
I think we need to peel off the sticker. I think there's a Decepticon logo underneath that Autobot facade. A pass right into an area where you can easily score. My, Team Ethan falling apart at the seams. I think you had the right question in the first place, Jam, before you corrected yourself. Where is?
We know who is. We know, I suppose, I mean, where is Rammstein Airboys? There's no doubts about that. But where is on the field? That's a different question. Tut, oh, beautiful save. Nobody on Team Ethan can reach for it, and it's Team Ethan forced to start from our own side, perhaps a pinch. It's Tut getting to it, and even if the ball just sits behind the net of Team Ethan, that plays into the hands of Team Tut. They are happy to waste time, and goal differential 3-0. That's a lot of work to overcome.
Ethan from the backboard. That's a long way to travel, and he loses control of the ball. Jordan straight to Tut. Cedric throws downfield. Jordan goes up, not going to get there first, not in a long shot. Back to Ethan. Really nice, but not able to flick it over to KS9. Gets up just in time. Jordan now infield, sees Cedric, decides to go straight into the hands of Tut. It's Cedric. Oh, it's off the bar and away off the back.
Lovely movement of play, and you see just even a shot on the crossbar takes the ball out of the play for a solid 5 seconds as it goes behind. As Volker trying to work on it, you can try and work out the pass from behind the net. Again, hockey style for somebody in the box. It is hard. Skids, Tut. Oh, I think they tried for a team pinch, but could not find it.
And the patience is incredible as well. Cedric, again, it's a player from the blue team that wins the race. And how about that for a follow-up challenge? 90 seconds left to find 3. Again, I said this in the previous series, Jam, not impossible, but you're really starting to play with fire at this stage. Team Ethan needs something, and they need something fast, especially if the fourth goes in. Oh!
It does, and I'm unsure if there's any saving grace. Tut's touch right here. The defender on the ground expecting a continuous run on the wall, but that one extra bit and you're done for. And with this field so huge, with the players already committed to the play, nobody's going to be back. That's quite open. Team Ethan, defensive, passive, even when they're trying to play on a more careful note, there's still too much for them to overcome from Team Tut.
Team Ethan are crying in the club, and I couldn't agree with you more, Jam. Just feels like they needed to play a little more on instinct and a little less tactically. It's how the coach wants to play, but it's the player's instinct which has come up trumps. There's 50 seconds left, still time for Team Ethan, but I'm afraid that the more seconds that tick by, the less chance we have of a miracle.
Army almost wants to have a team, Ethan rather, speak for his team and as a coach just say the difference. What is the biggest difference in his opinion about playing this kind of map? Huge, open, again, completely different geometry, meaning that all of your plays that you're usually setting up are not working. And what do you do to overcome it? What has he perhaps told his team? Unfortunately, whatever he has told perhaps did not in the end come to fruition, but it was still lovely to see them. And right now Cedric tries to bring one in, but Tut is ready. Jordan, everybody's ready in that net. It is a 4-0. Team Tut in 2.
Shut down. Team Tut victorious. Bragging rights goes the way of the man who is making the content this weekend. A real shame there for Ethan, for Jordan, for Cedric, but they're looking happy. It was a fun time. It's a unique map, of course, Jam, and ultimately these players didn't know what map they were going to be playing on when they took to the field. So I think impressive, really, in looking at Team Tut, that they were able to adapt quickly and utilize their strengths to basically just make a fantastic performance out of a difficult situation.
And yeah, and they did so tremendously for every single, perhaps, bit of confusion as to, oh God, what we do with the ball right now. There has been brilliant moves as well. And the skill set of all the players on the field were evident. And we just saw that Team Tut were the strongest one. The team picked by Captain Tut himself was on point, and it was looking great. I do wonder. I asked our admin team whether we're going to see any surprises. So, and it remains to be seen, because I would love to, again, I don't know, bring back the Neo Tokyo with the ramps, bring back the donut, anything goes.
anything does go. And maybe more surprises on the way. We do have one more show match, one last show match before we go on a bit of an elongated break. The team captains stepping up to the plate. Plum and H3, they're getting their squads ready, and they'll be deploying after this break.
Tut tut tut. Talk to me about your experience for today's competition.
Went pretty well. Pretty smooth. Can't complain. And we came out, didn't lose a single series.
Heading into tomorrow, you're going to be facing off versus the RAF boys. What's the plan to prep?
I think we're gonna get a good night's rest and just play how we play.
And now explain the AFEI experience to me in 3 words.
3 words. Exhilarating, adventurous, and competitive.
Awesome. Best of luck tomorrow.
We're back again with the AFEI, the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. We're going to have Team Plum taking on Team H3 over here. I feel like there's probably an equal disadvantage for both sides because both sides have a keyboard and mouse player amongst them. Stelios, you seem a little bit offended by that.
Very, very offended. I don't know how you could say that to me.
Have you considered playing with a controller instead of a keyboard and mouse?
Actually, I started playing Rocket League on controller back when it first came out, and I think I spent 200 hours on it. Was very, very useless. Came back to it a year later on a mouse and keyboard, and here I am today.
Still useless. All right, how about you, P? Keyboard and mouse, controller. Have you ever played with a controller? Have you considered maybe playing with a controller instead?
Not full time. I wouldn't do it full time, but I've practiced before on a console with a controller, and I can't do it.
All right, well, if you guys don't win your game today, in the grand finals, maybe consider taking up a controller. Maybe, just maybe. That's just my 2 cents. Anyways, it is over to the talent to take it from here.
Controller Master Race Jam. Have you ever heard such blasphemy? Well, the answer is, listen, I'm fully subscribing to it. I never play mouse and keyboard ever. In fact, I actively avoid it whenever I can. It's not what I grew up with, Jazz. But what we are at least going to grow up with here, Jam, is a fantastic final show match to enjoy. And this really is a squad, or this really is a battle of 3 teams within 2. DAF Alpha, RAF, and the Royal Navy, all represented on either side.
I think we've found the technology finally to squeeze 3 teams down to. God, it's just, yeah. It is the fun part, folks. We're still in the fun part of this, and H3, together with Stelios and Spook, is going to be on the field representing Team H3. We have seen everybody already, now also in different permutations. And it's going to be a fun way to see who is still on point. Stelios has been tremendous so far, and I do find it really interesting that his story is 200 hours on controller, then coming back and picking it up on keyboard and mouse.
Looking over to Team Plum, for my money, more in line with what we saw from Team Tup previously. Plum and Pete, quite aggressive pivots. Horizons, less a complete forward, more a poacher. If he doesn't have the right support network around him, finds scoring those goals pretty difficult. So as long as Pete and Plum are happy to sit a little deeper, this team could work out. But there's a big asterisk over that, and I think that really lines quite nicely into our spotlight on Plum himself, a player with so much experience in military Rocket League, much like Tut actually recommended to him Rocket League by his brother, considers himself the best in NA, has hit SSL Jam. Yes, he's tapered off a little bit in more recent years, but still a fantastic player with lots of experience.
Hey, with all of these folks, a reminder to everybody, first and foremost, their active military duty comes first, and then comes in esports, and still they're combining both tremendously. They are showing us on the fields that they are great. Stelios is having fun. His teammate Cedric on the other side of the field is ready and prime. There's Plum, so that's the Team Plum to get all together. We're seeing over here Stelios and H3 as well, with their teammate playing from remotely from UK. And here we are on the field, Neo Tokyo, the new one. Not the old one, unfortunately. Oh, my plea were almost heard.
Boo. Or, alternatively, Jam, your plea was heard, and there's been a mix-up. Either way, it should be a very fun match. Yeah, well, you're 100%. I think it's going to be a great match. Either way, I think we got 2 really exciting teams. And I think on the communication front, Jam, Pete to me seems like quite a quiet player. Plum as well, someone who gets the job done. And what did I say? Sit deeper, set up horizons, and you're almost guaranteed goals there. Go ahead first.
Right now, and the passes now are going to be back to your traditional passes. Playstyle, same thing. No more need to drop the ball into a hoop. No more puck to try and wield. And it's an unwieldy thing. We all saw that. No goals that are nowhere in the position where you're used to them seeing. This is going to be standard. This is going to be a warm-up for these players and teams coming up for the bronze place match as well as the championship match later on. So we are giving the players a chance to just go back to normality.
From the backcourt then, Horizons, not where he wants to be. Ends up giving up possession. Stelios, E with a miss. And Stelios with a demo, looking for a quick turn. Stolen the 100 boost away. Horizons waiting. And the melee sees the ball head towards the orange net instead. Tries to fall on it, doesn't quite get much there. And is back into orange. Oh, at least I thought it was back into orange hands at the end. Ultimately heads to the midfield line.
Oh. Wow, what an interception by Spook. Then on the ground, Stelios all the way back now, grinding it. This just went around the world in less than 80 days, I swear, and almost resulted in a goal on the other side. Well, there was a counterattacking opportunity for H3, then to Plum. Everybody's getting a look at the net right now, but there's still only one goal.
H3, that's easily defended by Horizons. Big clearance. Here's Plum! And he plum done did it, Dan.
I was thinking plum pudding, but I couldn't come up with a quick wordplay on that one. Most importantly, he's just so plum quick. No chances.
2-0. And Team H3 sent back to the drawing board. Volatile game. Not much in the way of pretty passes. It's find a bit of leeway and take as much of it home as you can. There's Plum looking for a second. That's wide. Stelios sideways back centrally. Going to fall to P. P again. Over to the opposite wing where he finds Spooks. Nice challenge from Horizons and Stelios up. Flick towards net. Second touch for Ghost. And be able to see this one away for the moment. Is H3. Horizons once again does really well to defend and aided by a teammate, as you mentioned.
Not always you need to. Ooh, little cheeky shot by H3 as well. Horizons beaten by this shot, and Team H3 get themselves on board. It was this push right here. H3 dropping on in front. Spooks finishing it out. Horizons, I'm not sure. There wasn't that much that he could do. Pointing straight out, there was no time to react. Plum, no touch on it. Going straight on the net.
Unrelenting, chaotic energies from that press, and Team Plum unable to hang. Is the man of the moment, accepted by H3. Two team captains meeting in the middle. Horizons with the dunk. And Plum underneath the onrushing attacker. He goes forward. There's a nice challenge here from H3. Demo in the midfield. Really smart from Stelios. Relieves the pressure. Or does it? Horizons picks up a free ball. 3-1.
I love seeing Horizons in action right now. From a player that we would hope to see more of, he is now demonstrating as much as possible. And he is the man of the moment, the player of the match. Maybe we should highlight him? Maybe we should highlight him.
Maybe we should have highlighted the Royal Navy as P from the RAF almost flies in with a fourth. Of course, this will be the last appearance of the Invitational. Horizons and Spooks, and so it's the last time to demonstrate just how good they are, because despite not winning a series, my goodness, if they have some highlights, they were probably deserving of at least one. And speaking of, is Spooks. He sideways. And with 1:40 left, Team H3 need a quick one, but Spooks unaware of the ball heading his way, no able to turn around.
There you go, P to Plum. Well, so far the two Ps were not able to work out how to break the goal yet again, but they already have the advantage. H3, what about him? Solo effort, tries to set up a pass off the backboard, but could not find the necessary receiver. Stelios leaves it. Nobody can get to it quickly. I think Plum was expecting perhaps a pinch, and as a result, they were not immediately ready to pick up the ball. Quickly, H3 will be collecting it. No, that's still going to be Stelios as H3 just shadows, making sure he's in a good position to start. Past everybody in the team of H3, and they tried to play smartly in that situation, but the ball still fell. Just the one maneuver that they were not expecting.
And they've got a strong counter press, it's just not stringing together. Spooks. And there's H3, and that is a nice goal. One goal game.
Yes, this is now within doable distance. A little bit of a setup. Horizons play smartly as to just block. He can just block, but that unfortunately sets up H3 perfectly when he comes back in, and a counter press is there. Players are already in position. Where to find a third one, and then another one just to bring it to the not just to bring it to the overtime. That's one. To win it, that's two.
35 seconds. Time against Team H3. And that's just to find an equalizer. Spooks. Nice shot. Well read. Horizons at it once again. Playing a very different role from what we're used to. Certainly putting my pre-match analysis to shame with some strong saves. And it's just a clock counting administrative effort from Team Plum. Got to deal with this last attacking threat. And it goes wide mercifully for the blue team. Plum now heads to the midfield, remains glued to the floor, and they've locked in that game win jam. It's on to match point.
Even as a losing team, you could see that Team H3, that Stelios and H3 himself, are having a lot of fun chatting. This is pickup groups. This is just throwing this stuff around. This is having fun, and That's why Plum and Pierce P over there are also all smiles. They are the winners. Horizon, the one player that we're not currently seeing on the field, I would love to see them because they are the difference maker. And it seems that just came into their very own, the players of Royal Navy, ever after being eliminated yesterday.
Gonna sail the high seas. Is the flag going to be hoisted for Plum or H3? We'll find out in due time. Could yet be another game after this. As Plum looks forward with the H3, it falls to Spooks. Drive forward, and there's Horizons once again. What do you make of Horizons taking responsibility as more of an anchor type? Because we know Stelios, of course, likes to play anchor. Seems like a nice matchup between the two RAF sort of styles.
It feels like for Horizons it works, and that's exactly when they need to be striving for. Put themselves in the position in that roster, however mixed up it might be, that is either works for you as a player individually or works for the team as a whole. So even if Horizons is not usually the anchor, say play him in the best position that he's currently fitting, and right now he's doing exactly that.
H3 trying to struggle for boost here, H3. You can see Stelios was hoping for 100, couldn't get it, but there is a demo at the midfield line. And there's been smart demos from Team H3 all throughout this series so far. Oh, Stelios waiting, Horizons having absolutely none of it. One wins this challenge. Spooks misses that one. Open lane ahead. Stelios. He gets a piece of it. Also Horizons. That shot too heavy. Offside. Away. And Plum up the wall. Fake touch to Horizons. Works out well. Spooks for Stelios. And Team Plum setting up camp. That's a big clearance from H3. Is it on target? Yes, it is. Plum with the save.
Oh, that's just in the nick of time. Plum, I think, was saving it either.
Oh, what a bump!
Even that initial save, not worth, well, I mean, worth a lot. This could have been just over a little bit earlier, but there you have it. What a setup. And H3, where did he come from? From behind the defensive lines, bumping the player out, setting up Spooks perfectly. 1-0 Team H3. Let's see a long series.
Very tactically aware, not just demoing when they're in the retreat, but able to bump when he sees an opportunity for Spooks to put it away. 3 minutes left. Still a long way to go, and it's back into the defense for H3, but not for long. At least not for long, in that they've been able to bat it away. Another big save coming out from H3.
Look at that. Absolute man of the moment. And now moving on the other side of the field, the Stelios can run through two. There's now three in the same spot. Plum still stays in the net. This will be past Plum, but past the net as well. Rotating out. Chance for Stelios SP97 to set up something. They're still continuing rotating. There's a player in the back, and now there's no players in the back. Almost could have gone wrong.
Yeah. It's way closer than it ever needed to be. Horizons was in a better position, actually, to make the shot. He calling him off. It's a good thing that he got it on target, otherwise blushes pinker than the leaves that sprouted from that goal. 1-1.
Plum back in action, but who's collecting the ball off the kickoff is H3 himself. His team waiting behind. Lovely little bit of setup, but with that ball not being touched by anybody, honestly benefits Team Plum, as they can just have the opposition run at the perceived touch and then collect the ball to themselves. There might be a chance that Horizons can be heavily putting it on the backboard. It's going to be a clear up forward and pressure relieved. Team H3 know where the lanes are to completely remove the ball from their own side.
Horizons in the right place at the right time. Bump Spooks on H3. Uh-oh. Back into blue possession. P, that hits the backboard. Plum doesn't get there first. Massive clearance from Spooks. They head downfield. They steal 100 boost. Back into the center. Looking for H3. Oh, it's a tactical masterclass.
Just play it in slow motion. Play it again and again and again. Look at that. Pass. Spook. Demo. Stelios. Shot. H3. Team Plum did not know what hit him.
That is, I would argue, the best team goal of the entire Invitational thus far.
Absolutely.
outstanding. And the communication to be able to do it, what did I say? They looked like a team that were talking, and even losing, they were smiling, they're coming up with ideas, they're concocting something in the kitchen, they are cooking.
Absolutely, and as a reminder, these are mixed teams. These are folks that usually do not play with one another. We're literally putting together players from different continents. And yet, you could see that the Allied forces are allied, even if they are split apart, dissected, and put in different combinations. Love to see it.
With one goal to find, however, still a dangerous scenario for Team H3 to attempt to navigate. Ends up with P. Covering that wall, but Plum takes over. Plum, backboard. No one there to support him. In fact, everyone having to rush back. It's 3v1. Managing to navigate. Oh, what brilliant defensive prowess from P.
Twice.
And again, avoids the bump, avoids the demo. Spooks completely misses the goal.
You could think Plum was out and just in dead water. 3 versus 1, a dribble, a player trying to demo or bump, and yet maybe they've overcooked it. Serious?
Oh,
Converse this
Stelios.
one. It's careful, calculated. I think this is almost a payback for that goal that they just haven't scored just a second ago, which was, of course, that amazing 3 versus 1, and yet somehow Plum survived twice through this man's efforts. P.
It was very much a skill flight from both of the RAF boys. P in the defense, Stelios in the offense, and it's a bit of an aggressive kickoff that leaves Team Plum hanging. Over to the wall, Spooks, they're looking for a fourth, maybe really to put it to bed. It's going to go right down the other end, and it's in, would you believe? It's another post-scorcher from P.
This all starts with this pinch P, Horizon, then dispatch from P again, and did Plum have any action on it? No. By that point, no. I was afraid from our angle, it does distort things a little bit, that it's just going to go off, post and out, or even wall and out. Slow kickoff as well. Ball's in the wrong side, the possession is in the wrong hands. Full court carry required from Team Plum. They have the players.
Beautiful.
Correction, they had the players. All this while, Stelios was sitting there, waiting, calculating, and he liked what he came up with.
When you are ahead and you know that your opponents are looking to keep it up, go for that buzzer beater, a demolition should always be your go-to. That's my mindset anyway. You remove a player that the ball could eventually end up with. That player could keep it up, could help it on, and then the chances of scoring, taking it to overtime, grow all the more. So, I mean, to be fair, that was just a really smart game from Team H3 Jam. I would say, I mean, so many moments, of course, the goal, the highlight, but so many moments where you could see that they were thinking. It was brilliant to watch as well, really easy on the eye. And we head into game 3. For me, they're the favorites now.
With momentum, with, again, the intelligence in their play, that's not easily dropped unless, of course, Team Plum just drops H3 out of their comfort zone. Right now, H3 himself waits and then just slaps the ball with as much power as possible. Plum's ready.
It's P to Plum. Spooks. Oh, nice. Very nice. It's 2v1. He dispossesses. Stelios on the backboard. Flick out. Spooks readjusts the car well enough, but was a bit too tight an angle. Set up for Stelios. Infield. Horizons at the near post. Save away. Spooks has Plum out into the midfield yet again. Relentless from Team H3, but they still can't find a way through.
No goal just yet. That miss just gives the ball to Plum. By this point, rotation from H3. The man himself on the backboard. This is something that we haven't seen in our first puck game, and that is clear off the backboard. Because nobody was in the position to immediately powerfully either send it down the field or collect it and then do something, because the net was out. The net was completely off the hinges. So together with double taps off the backboard, another element was missing, but now everything back to normality once again.
Looking to sucker punch here, Team Plum there. Looking to sucker punch. Horizons, H3, missed it, but Spooks was ready. They head towards the corner. They meet Plum halfway. It's the top of the box. The no man's land. Horizons was looking for Plum. Harried, harassed by H3. He shuts him down. Backboard touch. Stelios around the corner. No time afforded. Horizons. Infield again. Stelios forced to go sideways, and sideways really more than forward until that pinch, a massive clearance.
P, once again, a little bit of a breakdown here or there, but H3 dispossesses him, double tap himself.
Oh!
See you later. Act and deliver. The moment this little dispossession happens, that's it. H3 knows exactly what he's trying to do, and that's beaten 1, beaten 2. Horizon's not ready for the absolute masterclass that H3 is putting up.
Is game 3 made for H3. 1-0 is the all-important scoreline. Winner takes the pride. Still over half the game left to run. Ian Fields. There's another demo though, H3, and despite Horizons with a heroic effort, without that third player, Jam, the offensive options are limited.
You could see P sees players in front of him and puts the ball where nobody from H3 is. H3 might commit a player. H3 might just be not in position to collect it from a back board. And that was a smart idea. Once again, tries to push it on through. Elias. Horizons. There's Plum. There's Shot, but out of nowhere once again. Stealth Bomber, I swear, it's H3.
Great defense, but Team Plum have to learn sooner or later. A demo will do them the world of good, because they're setting up everything a treat. It's just about finding that opening. Team H3 giving them zilch. Backboard. Plum sideways, and look at this press from H3. Again, beautiful to watch. It's excellent Rocket League. And a bump, as unintentional as it was, might help them here. That said, wowzers, another huge backboard clear.
Plum barely gets it under the control of Team H3, still pushing on through, drop to the ground. Man himself was waiting on the ground as well, and this kind of gameplay, I must inspire everybody.
Oh no!
Including Plum. So hold your horses, this is not done just yet. Trying to collect the ball. He's just there, faster, and nobody comes in quicker from H3. H3 himself either still rotating on through or prefers to play stationary. And that's where the attacking forces. Of course, Plum can just throw players up front. They're coming in, collecting the ball in, getting the goals as well.
Caught out, really. I wouldn't say completely against the run of play. Plum, as I mentioned earlier, putting together some really nice in front of net creative ideas. Just lacks that clinical edge, and now they have it. A moment of respite for H3 was a moment too long. As Plum moves forward, sees P upfield. Redirect infield again to Horizons, helped on by Plum. A miss from both players, but H3 navigates his way around the press. Oh, Spook's unable to drop it underneath the crossbar via the save of Horizons. And now it's Stelios on the back foot. Up he goes. P unable to punish. Ooh, H3 in a scary scenario there, but does well.
Wow, that was fast footwork in terms of going from accelerator, H3 going forward, to hitting the brace as fast as possible as not to put it into his own net. Team H3 weathered the storm, but the Hurricane Plum will return quite shortly. Or at least they keep on putting the ball on the other side of the field. H3 Spooks now to Stelios. Back to Plum. They had a 1-2-3, and then after 3, there was Plum waiting.
It's not so much a free-flowing game, it's a you have an offensive drive and now we will. H3 had to be lower. And it seems like it'll fall to Team Plum to break the deadlock before OT. They don't have the chance in the end. Lockdown in the midfield. And it goes all the way, Jam. OT for the win.
This is the as golden goal as it can be, and Plum can immediately change it up. Horizon's not in a good position. You already see P just absolutely diving for it. Which whoever scores is the winner overall for the series. Always love to see that. Or unless if you're a player or a fan, I understand the absolute nerves. But for a caster, this is just such a great territory for not for panic, for glory or for defeat, and it all makes for a great show.
Plum is the most likely to do something, if I'm honest. Seems like the player in form. He manages to make his way past one, but it trickles wide. Horizons go fast post, and it's off that one again, and P hits the other side. Incredible that H3 haven't lost.
In no time for Plum to return. They've committed 2 rosters and still could not score. Post helping out Team H3 in just one moment, but it felt like Plum had H3's head to their name. No sir, have to try again, and seem to be wanting to do just that. Plum forced to retreat, go aerial in the corner. Already H3 and the rest are waiting. Nobody in the center though. Everybody congregating on the right flank rather. For defensive sprung shot. And there you have it. H3 long range boomer. And there you have it. No doubt he is a very happy customer.
It was a clash of the captains and Plum with a miss that probably won't live too long in the memory, given that it was a friendly, of course, but H3, that is going to live long in the memory. A massive moment, a howitzer from the midfield line, and Team H3 taking the dub. Love to see it.
And afterwards, pretty sure something to talk about in Cantina. Well, for now, let's take a look at what we have gone through as well what is still upcoming. They started with our Snow Day show matches, the Snow Day, oh God, I keep calling them Snow Day shenanigans, but Snow Day Showdown. Then the Hoops Havoc, that was where Relic and Craftman just saw some Allied forces just shoot some ball. We've gone through your standard show matches, although we did bring you a little bit of a surprise in terms of that Legacy Stadium. And it was a fun thing to watch. Tut, Ethan, Plum, H3, thank you very much. We now are going to return to our standard programming. We have our bronze match playing for the third place British Army and DAF Bravo on your screens next, while the grand finale is going to be a rematch of the very first series of the tournament. DAF Alpha, perhaps the best team over here, or I've heard some naysayers say that they're not, versus Royal Air Force, who definitely would like to have a rematch. Who's going to win? There's only one way to find out. Stay tuned. We'll see you after the break.
Soaring like an eagle. Talk to me about how your experience has been today.
So far, so good. Third wasn't expected, but having to deal with technical issues kind of comes with the game sometimes, so you just got to take it on the chin and just, go from there.
And what's the plan following today? What are you going to be getting up to?
Securing that third place and going back home.
Explain to me the experience in 3 words being here.
Really bleeping cool.
All right, well, thanks for joining me.
are back, and whilst the fun games might be over, now it is finally down to business. We've got our bronze decider matchup coming on up in just a moment. We've got DAF Bravo, having previously put DAF Alpha through their paces just a little bit. They'll be taking on the British Army, who, despite playing remote, did manage to secure themselves one victory versus the Royal Navy. Now, this is going to be a best of 7 as well, so fingers crossed, if both teams give us a great performance, we might go the full distance and have lots more Rocket League still to come for today. So without further ado, let's get this show started.
Thank you very much, Veracity. It is our third, fourth place matchup. Relic still here with the lads. It's Craftman and Jaro of Jam. Interestingly enough, we've managed to land on a series, gents, where it wasn't actually played on stream. It was played off stream. But Jam, DAF Bravo, undoubtedly the favorites going into this one. When they met in a best of 5 yesterday, it ended 3-0.
Yes, another sweep. We started the day yesterday with the sweep that was DAF Alpha. DAF Bravo seemingly coming into the steps of their sister brotherly team. And most importantly, when DAF Bravo met DAF Alpha, it was hard to separate them. Yes, Alpha got it in the end, but the Plum, McQuar Eagle, and William had as many chances to win versus Tut, Lowtech, H3, Ethan, whatever combination they threw on the field as Bravo. So as it stands, second strongest team tied for the first one now that they're finally back in their own order, if they remember how to play with one another and have not learned the different ways of playing with everybody else. Plum, McQuar Eagle, and Will is going to be a deadly combination.
They're a great team. They've got plenty to say, so let's hear it once again.
My name is Hayden Kelsey. My gamer tag is Plum. I play for the Hartford Yard Goats, and I'm stationed at Joint Base Langley, Eustis, Virginia.
My name is William Lacey. I'm from California. I'm stationed at Cannon Air Force Base. My rank is E3, and I'm playing under the team Hartford Yard Goats.
My name is Christopher McCleskey. I am from Madison, Alabama. Currently stationed in Ellsworth Air Force Base, South Dakota. I play for Hartford Yard Goats.
I joined the Air Force because the Air Force sounds cooler.
I joined because both my parents were prior Air Force. They did a lot of really cool things. I'm doing my own version of cool things being here.
The college opportunities, VA loans, just the benefits that you get from it.
I joined the United States Air Force for free college, and it's the best branch.
Also, traveling the world, playing video games for the Air Force, it's kind of up there. I started gaming. My parents introduced me. I started Rocket League because it was a free game of the month for PlayStation Plus.
Playing like fighting games with my cousins, my older cousins and my dad, they'd always beat the crap out of me. Yeah, from there I think I just tried to get better. When I got better, I don't think any of them can beat me anymore.
I was like 4 or 5 years old. My grandpa bought me a PS1, and then everything else happened from there. Rocket League is kind of just an addictive game. I just rolled with it. I thought the game looked lame, but here I am.
It was like the end of the month, and he was like, hey, download this game. I was like, no, I'm not downloading that. It looks dumb. There's just cars, they play soccer, and I decided to go through with it and fell in love with it.
I started Rocket League because it was a free game of the month for PlayStation Plus. I guess what's special to me is like being able to go up on a stage, play the games that I love. I'm like, hey, I'm playing games for the Air Force. They're like, no, you're not.
Just being able to go out and just meet people that you've been talking to for years. I know for Ethan, I was talking to him before I joined the military, and he got me into the whole gaming part of the Air Force. Just being able to meet him.
You like your team?
No, I can't stand him. No, I'm just kidding. They're awesome, yeah.
I would say we're super aggressive. We make some mistakes, but our offense is really good. So usually our offense kind of carries the team, maybe. We come through when it matters. When we need to win a game, we win a game.
It's our first time as a team playing together. I played with Plum before. You just stick 3 random people on a team, and sometimes they're just really good together. So
if we don't know what we're doing, then they don't know what we're doing. So
I'd say it feels very nice to represent America against the UK. We're probably not going to drop a game to them. So
yeah, we're good to go.
We're just kind of happy to be here as well. So yeah, I mean, we're all in good vibes right now. Last thing I want to do is just stay in my hotel room while I'm in Germany.
Hey, good luck, guys. You're gonna need it.
Yeah, we're coming.
Yeah.
Aggression carrying. They clutch up when it matters. Well, certainly the form book is in their favor, Crafters. The British Army, we were excited about what they could do against the likes of DAF Alpha, but after that DAF Alpha performance, a little bit underwhelming thereafter, it's fair to say.
Yeah, the only win for the Army yesterday coming against their brethren in the Royal Navy. That last game we had on stream yesterday for to stave off elimination and get themselves qualified into this third place match. Their form throughout the show matches today, I know we've played some Snow Day and some hoops and some normal 3v3 Rocket League as well. Individually, I think all three players are great. It's just about stringing it together and taking on this mighty side of DAF Bravo.
Yeah, they'll be looking to Onza/KS9 for some goals. Skid, of course, getting amongst the goals in our show match. But Jam, if we take a look over to our spotlight player, they're going to be based on DAF Bravo. They're going to be part of the dynamic duo. Let's chat William, shall we?
William, well, we've seen him all over the field today, again, in our hoops matches. Has been on point. Snow Day Showdown has been on point. Has also played with Skid today, so got a little bit of insight into his opposition's minds. And while Tut previously took the opposition out for the two players from the British Army and played with them, and they were absolutely amazing. When you bring the DAF Bravo back together, I think it's the three elements that put together really well. Plum, McQuarrie Eagle, and Will. Expect for Will to be the shooter. Expect for him to be the assister. Plum is going to be, again, just rushing through his opposition, and McQuarrie Eagle is going to be the player to take everybody down. But without Will, that team wouldn't work. Without McQuarrie Eagle, that team would not work. Every single one of these players deserves to be the player of the match. We just have to narrow it down to just one.
Well, we've had best of 5. It made me jive. Well, the best of 3s, it filled me with the glees. But you know what sends me to heaven? It's best of 7, and that's the territory we're heading into. It's our fourth place matchup. DAF Bravo going up against the British Army, and Craftman and Jar of Jam. They're going to take you through it all.
Thank you very much, Relic. Yes, we've had our fun with the show matches and Snow Day and basketball and mixing the teams up for pickup games. But this is what it's all been for. All of yesterday leading up to these next two series. We got our first place match later on, but right now it's for the pride of third place. DAF Bravo representing the United States Department of the Air Force, taking on the might of the British Army, Jam.
I felt it right in my bones, the might of the British Army. And Jordan mightily gets a shot on William. KS9, Onza back on the Batmobile, and Skids back on shooting quality. He has been constantly getting his names up on the billboard, Skids, and right now back with his British teammates. It doesn't matter who he plays with, he scores.
Skids has been on phenomenal form today, as well as KS9, also known as on our graphics as Onza. But again, as we mentioned this matchup off stream yesterday, so we never got to see it for ourselves. But it did end up being a sweep in favour of DAF Bravo, which was probably the reason why they come in as the 3 seed, taking out the British Army in that best of 5 yesterday. But an early goal for the Army will stand them in good stead and good morale as we get things rolling in our third place matchup. Right, again, best of 7, so first to 4 rather than the standard 3 as we've been playing yesterday.
I'm currently trying to find the results, if I actually have them on display anywhere. Something tells me that yesterday when these two were playing, it was a close series. Despite it being a sweep, something tells me that the matches were within 2, within 1 goals, and British Army could have easily taken it. And since they're now taking the control of the match first, it's going to be interesting to see how they keep up with the offense, as well as how Bravo plays from behind. Both of the skills incredibly valuable on the fields of Rocket League.
Yeah, sometimes the series score doesn't tell the full story. Could well have been all those games went to overtime, 1-goal games all around. It's just DAF Bravo getting the best of them. But now it is an endurance race rather than a sprint. British Army taking first blood. And now feeling the pressure a little bit as DAF Bravo looking to get themselves on the scoreboard. William will take this up the left-hand side. Back into the middle, looking for his teammate in Plum, and just a little bit off kilter there. DAF Bravo still trying to find their feet in offense. Now Plum over to War Eagle, no shot will come of it.
He's getting nervous. DAF Bravo have all the right names, approaches, you name it. British Army cannot find a clear. This is not going to be a good clear either. Skids plays it low. William, you could see already, was jumping up trying to block the ball. Finally something. Jordan cannot keep the ball on blue side of the field for too long. McWar Eagle already there. This touch going to William. And British Army just cannot find the rhythm in which they can find a powerful clear and still stop the Def Bravo from throwing it straight at.
Yeah, that's the issue. Trying to break free of your own half. It's all well and good having the lead and maybe just playing defense to hold on to it for now. Rather extend that to 2 if you can, and Jordan can't quite do it. The save from McWar Eagle will keep this at a 1-goal game. No upfield transition coming from Daf Bravo, and British Army almost get a sneak attack again. Could have been 2-0 easily, but right back up the other end. William will lay it into a teammate, actually gets registered as a shot on goal. But still the Army hold on to this narrow lead.
It is not the easiest thing in the world. At this point, it might be the hardest thing they've done, but they are persevering, and Daf Bravo are left with nothing once again. On the attack, McWar Eagle block, beautiful save by Jordan. Now out the other way, a couple of pinches here and there might go the way of British Army. Plum already set up. That's to KS9. Weak shot, but doesn't get anybody. Actually gets 2 as they're trying to make a follow-up save. Plum still somehow collects it. A little bit of a dribble, a little bit of a dance, just trying to keep the momentum going. Tries to be quick on his feet. All the while, we haven't seen McWar Eagle too much in the offense and demoing the opposition, but you better know it, that the moment he starts doing that, British Army might start feeling a little bit undermanned, so to speak.
It is Daf Bravo feeling the heat of the demolitions at the moment. One getting taken out just a moment ago, but British Army have been employing quite a few passing plays here and there, and that's a great keep away by Skids. You saw Daf Bravo setting up that pass to the midfield, and Skids spies that out. But here's War Eagle going on his own, but KS9, great backboard defense, good awareness to take that one away before it develops, and William can't really read what Skids is planning there, but still all the pressure from Daf Bravo hunting down the British Army to try and tie this up in the last 30 seconds.
Okay, have we seen a kitchen sink yet or not? Have they thrown everything, including that one? Another shot, and Bravo by this point just are going to commit everybody, no matter what's going to be in the back, no matter if it's going to be open or not. Plum, I think, was looking for a direct shot, but fell a little bit forward of the ball. No chance for him. Last idea, anything, anybody, anywhere. It's going to be a long carry, and nobody's under the ball. Bravo, try as they might, couldn't. British Army perseveres. Show me those stats, because the score, the shot line is about to be 10 shots to, let's say, 5, and the amount of saves, thank you production, is going to be something crazy. So yeah, indeed, it's going to be 11 shots for British Army, only 6 for Bravo. Okay, this is turned completely around.
It did feel like that in the first half of the game, really. It was British Army all over Daf Bravo, but as they were, 1-0 down, it felt like the pressure was coming from Bravo, but they couldn't quite get shots into play. They were trying to set these plays up, get those passing plays in, but the British Army defense were set up in such a way where, yes, they might not have registered saves all that much. They only got a register of 5 saves. That is still quite a good total. But the interceptions and little pokeaways that the Army defense were able to muster turned the tides and made the difference in game number 1. Now here in our second game, we'll see if they can get a quick start again. Remember, that first goal came really quick into game number 1, and obviously nothing ever since then.
I guess it's just how intense the offense from Daf Bravo looked that I felt that this would result in many more numbers on the board. But in the end, it's British Army succeeding, and succeed they did. Problem is, now they have to do it all over again. Find a goal. They found the shots in the previous game, so perhaps most likely not going to be a problem. Things change from game to game, and new approaches, new defense. Plum, no, sorry, that wouldn't have been Plum. That's from the flank coming in. KS9, lovely little powerful shots to his teammates. Skids leaving McWar Eagle with nothing.
That was powerful. So powerful. The pass and the shot as well. KS9 and Skids connecting. And that duo on the British Army that has been a standout for me so far in this third place matchup. They do it again. Now playing defense. Will they resort to the same tactic of maybe just sitting back and letting Daft Bravo come forward and maybe waiting for a quick counter, or are they just going to park the bus, play defense as much as they can, hold on to this 1-goal lead? I'm sure they want more. Jordan wants more. He just hits it straight to the keeper though. But the pressure still remains for the British Army. Poked there by KS9 towards net, will be saved by William into the corner, and again British Army just trying to flip field position and get the pressure onto Daft Bravo, make their defense crumble. And they're certainly giving them a good test of their strength right now, Jam.
British Army is still dreaming of a goal. William, highlight player, finds the demo on the ground, but the ball gets popped a bit too high. KS9 and Skids combined, wanted to perhaps combine for a team pinch as well, sending the ball all the way back. It still dangerously sits around Plum. Does a quick turnaround, but still is not first to the ball. With the touches that the British Army are making, ball gets left unattended, and that's where in those little gaps, that's where Bravo comes in here also. A bit of a danger. The field is really open. The first team that sees that there are a lot of openings and the ball is just left without any possession, without a player in front of him, is going to be the team that's going to start breaking the momentum of the game in their favor.
Halfway through this game number 2. And it is still Bravo, as you mentioned, still looking for that first goal, not just in this game, but in this series as well. Only 1-0 in game number 1. And the pressure has eluded Daft Bravo. They do keep this one dangerous, though, in the orange half. Plum into the middle to William. Can't quite get a shot off. Plum will get this one, though, but straight to a keeper. British Army, I think you mentioned in our hype video, Jam, they just like to park their tanks in front of the net and not let anything through. It's exactly what's happening right now.
That's a perfect strategy, but at some point you might run out of the tanks. Bravo is right there on top and doing a run after run after run. And it's tough. It's tough to contend with, and we've seen just how much Bravo can exert their pressure. I'm still surprised that Mick War Eagle is not where I'm used to seeing him, just on the line. Perhaps Bravo wants to play more conservatively, in the sense of not putting all the eggs in one basket, not playing with two, and with third one being really on the line. Ooh. These shots are coming in, but the defense of British Army still holding on.
Still hanging on by a thread. It seems like the shots are getting closer and closer for Daft Bravo. And it feels like they've just erected a force field in front of this orange net. Nothing is getting through. No matter how much Daft Bravo are trying, into the final minute we will tick in just a second. Daft Bravo are throwing the kitchen sink, it feels like, and getting nothing landing. A second goal perhaps on the board for the British Army might seal this game away. But their defense has been working wonders. Here comes Plum on a full court carry, looking for the bottom right corner, and McWar Eagle couldn't turn it in. British Army cleared their lanes with 40 seconds left.
Getting yet another blockbuster in his game number 2, not by the means of goals, but by the means of how hence the game is on both sides of the field. British Army looking to extend their lead, and they would be much more comfortable with 2 to their name, all the while Daft Bravo and their attacks are right there, tickling the nerves of the British Army. A little bit of pop, who gets to it first? Jordan needs the help of his teammates. Plum far away enough that he is last to the ball, and Bravo cannot keep control of it. This clear is great. Jordan is not even needed. Nobody is back because once again Bravo are pushing. Only one last chance pass. McWar Eagle. Plum. Oh. Jordan needs to be ready.
Oh.
He wasn't.
It was almost looking like we were going to get a shogi sweep. 1-0 across the board, but with 1 second remaining, Daft Bravo get their first and most crucial goal of this series, possibly sending this one into overtime. This kickoff should be a formality, and then we'll just go again unless the British Army can keep this one up at 0 seconds. No, we will go to extra innings, Jam. And this one has been closely fought throughout.
You work for it for 5 minutes, and with 1 second remaining, it's get taken away from you. Or at least temporarily gets taken away from you. I hope British Army has some fire in their bellies. so far throughout the match, their defensive capabilities no longer will mean anything. Overtime winner Dav Bravo, series turnarounder, could be. This has been a momentum changer for sure.
That was an incredible kickoff strategy. Get possession for yourself and just flick it round the corner. Beautiful stuff from Daft Bravo, and they tie this series up at 1 apiece. Oh boy. After you felt like both these games so far, Jam, have been teetering on a knife edge, and they really could have gone either way. The British Army obviously taking game number 1, but it was down to the wire, and it was down to the wire again in this one.
Yes. We've seen it just that. British Army had the strength, the power to find one. That's all you need realistically. But following up on that, to be able to then hold on to that one throughout, game 1, great. It's incredibly hard to do it multiple games in a row, and that's why you need those safety nets. That's why also you just keep your head in the game, and your rotations are solid until the very end. But for British Army, they've just been against the fire for 5 minutes, and it felt like hell, I'm sure, for them.
Well, they're out of hell, and they're thinking heaven is a place on earth right now as Plum gets an early goal. It took them 9 minutes and 59 seconds of game time to find their first, but they've found now 3 really quickly back to back.
Or maybe the bag of the goals has been misplaced somewhere, and Bravo are incredibly relieved that they are back in the action with them. William can set up somebody else on the backboard. That skids top left. Nope. British Army are not out. British Army are not allowing Dav Bravo to all of a sudden say, okay, fun's over, play's over. I mean, fun's over, play's over. We've already had our show matches. This is serious. But British Army say that, okay, we're really into this now. Tie game early in game number 3. The British Army and Bravo both still look like the teams to win.
Indeed, playtime is over. This is serious stuff. Both these teams have come to play. High game early on in game number 3, and this is going to be a crucial one to see who goes up 2-1 in the series. As PS9 takes this over to the left-hand side. Not a lot of boost in his tank, so he'll get it over to a teammate in the middle, but winning the challenges now are Daft Bravo. It felt like British Army were putting a lot of those challenge balls up in, winning them in the first couple of games. As a chance goes awry, it was a clean shot on net, but straight towards the keeper. And nothing doing for the British Army on that attack. They'll fall back into defense.
Bringing some stats from a previous game. British Army 5 shots to the 9 of Daft Bravo. Once again shows how difficult that game was for the British Army to just keep alive with almost nothing to their name, managing to find 1 goal out of it. But Silver Bravo obviously gives them the W. Plum and McQuarrie tried to do something, but I'm not sure if a miscommunication or a misrotation or just a tiny bit of misplay. Not every single time you can pinch together with your teammate. It is tough.
Yeah, it's saw what McQuarrie was trying to do. He's trying to get up and redirect that upfield after the volley from his teammate, but it's a bit of mispositioning, maybe cross wires as well. It's trying to get that into position for a teammate who just wasn't there. I think KS9 was smartly getting back or boosting his own end and gearing up for this attack from Daft Bravo, which has been alleviated. British Army have done that so well to alleviate pressure, and KS9 does that clear what exactly he intended to do. Clear it and score it.
Oh, Plum, I mean, had to work that ball most likely. But let's go to just 1 second, and not looking in his back mirrors, not seeing how dangerously close KS9 is, and that flank is deadly once again. Previously, I feel like every single team at least once have executed the very same play, taking the ball away from the opposition or putting the shot just in that smallest of the gaps of rotation on the flank or coming in on through. From the angle, it seems like, okay, there's not that much space to shoot. Oh, folks, believe me, there is, and that's how British Army get their set.
Yeah, there's always a gap. You just need to find it. British Army have found it twice here in game number 3. Oh, plenty of time left on this clock. Bravo. All the pressure, and they work so well when they're down. Bravo do. The few times we've seen them, or the 3 times I suppose we've seen them now at a deficit in this series, they just bring the pressure and hope that the British Army have a misplay or a misrotation through in defense. As Plum and McWar cross wires, but it might work out. It just glances off the top bar, and that double commitment to try and get a goal will not work out. KS9 gets a third.
Bravo tried to do this early, and you commit everything, you have to get something out of it. And for now, we only just seeing them in the back of a replay looking a tad. Well, they tried, they couldn't get it. Game is still on, there's still plenty of time for 2. Dav Bravo proving that they can score 2. So that the British Army finally broke their deadlock and started scoring more than 1 2-goal advantage. Gonna set them up pretty well. Double tap KS9 and his Batmobile looking dangerous flying up high.
Dangerous indeed. Exactly what the British Army are looking. They are looking armed and dangerous. The face of DAP Bravo. These Americans coming over to Europe for some of them for the first time. And playing on this army-based soil as William finds a gap. You talked about finding the gap. It's exactly what William's done here. Flip, reset to boot. That is just a phenomenal mechanical goal.
Check the radars. How on earth did that come through uncontested? Flip, reset, a little bit of extra action. The British Army could not do anything with the missile that has been William following up his own ball. Honestly, Dr. Strangelove style with that one, and only in this case it's a goal for Dav Bravo. Looking for another one. William immediately, you could see him on the attack. Anybody back home? Falling over each other. They still make it back home team.
Excellent heads-up play from Plum. Gives Dav Bravo a chance alongside that William goal. 35 seconds now remain. Now the pressure needs to be held by Bravo. Infield pass to William, the goal scorer from earlier, gets a third, ties it up.
How about this? It's McWar with the setup, perfectly placed away from British Army, close enough for William to collect it. Ooh, a show from Dav Bravo. They're not flying in 3 formation with some colorful trails, but it is looking great on William immediately. You see how confident he is. He picks up the ball, he goes for the aerial, low, mid, high air dribble. The British Army have to respect it now, every single time.
3-1 of lead evaporated in the blink of an eye for the British Army. And now, really, I think they'd rather play for overtime here because they are under pressure. Everyone just matrixing around the ball and can't quite get the touch on it. We will head to overtime for the second time in this third place matchup, Jam. But it's a good kickoff for Daft Bravo. McWar couldn't quite get to it. KS9 looking to follow this one up. Couldn't quite get a touch. So chances on both ends gone awry off of missing touches.
I'm not sure what happened to Skids. He was on the wall ready to receive it. An attack by Bravo off the kickup almost resulted in a counter for British Army. Skids couldn't reach the ball. Had to return back home with nothing in his tank as well for the longest time. He was just ambling back. Coming all the way back to the blue side where William is once again trying to showcase something. Calls in for Plum. Plum couldn't hold to it either, and that's now 2 players out, only 1 in the net. Will this work out? Is already back, but that's 2 players committed yet again because they had to think fast on their feet. To the corner, William is going to be dribbling, looking for a follow-up setup. He's still there with the ball. McWar slow as well. They're looking for any sort of a pinch. Good position for Plum. A bad position for British Army with 1 good flick. Double necessary from Bravo. They do not have to push really hard. We've seen what happens when they commit too hard.
Exactly, we had that double commitment goal, but this one is going to be cleared out by the British Army in defence, and McWar finds the gap and finds the crucial goal that puts them up in this series by 2-1, Jam, after, British Army holding Bravo at bay for the first game and for the majority of game number 2 as well. Bravo have really found their footing in this third place match.
First game, British Army. 1 precise shot, holding on. Second game, British Army, one precise shot. If only that last second somehow was erased. We didn't have the last second. A shorter game somehow. Goes to overtime. DAF takes it. Over here. God, British Army had everything at their disposal. But the comeback powers from DAF were too strong. And we're going into the game number 4 with DAF in the lead 2-1. Right there at the end, talking about commits and everything. Just a miss on a challenge that left the net of British Army open. Bravo on 2, British Army on 1, best of 7. They might be restarting this one, but it's going to be a long run for this one. Anybody? We'll get any confirmation as to why everybody is jumping around in a
I think we're playing. I think this one is a go.
It's a go. Alrighty, well, for British Army, I want to say comeback time, but they did comeback time in the previous game.
Yeah. well, we're off and running here in game number 4. DAF Bravo looking to go into match point. By the way, I want to point out in that last game, DAF Bravo, 13 shots on net, 7 alone from William. Talks about pressure a lot in it. The Army are certainly feeling the heat from the Department of the Air Force. Their saves total is starting to match it as well. 7 saves. A lot of defensive prowess being shown by the British Army, and they can't quite get this one in offense though. It will still bounce. Jordan gets his first of the series.
KS9 looked like he's going to be the man of the moment. Plum. I'm not sure if he was dunked, whether he jumped off the ceiling, went lower under the ball, and by that point, for DAF Bravo, no more resources, no more players to go in through it. It's Jordan as the third for British Army, making quick work. Once again, British Army open up the scoring in the game. The problem was it's only once that they managed to convert it into a win. That was game number 1, where no other goals came through. All the while, Bravo, and Williams specifically, is really living up to his name of player of the match. Pretty sure he just looked up on the screens as we were talking about him and said, yep, that's me up there.
Yeah, he's just got to have that him mentality. Yeah, they've talked about me. They know I'm him. Need to see what he is capable of, though. We've seen what he's capable of. He's capable of fantastic things. That flip reset goal we had in, I believe that was in the last game. All kind of blurs together at one point. Yeah. It skids. And this left wing.
How about this?
Oh, I think he was looking for a passer. Well, if he went for the shot, I would have passed that to KS9 if I were him. He was waiting on the right wing for it. He just goes route 1 to net. And there was keeper in the way.
That's danger. Ooh, rule 1 in the net. Rule 2 if you so like it.
It's rule 2. It's rule 2.
I see how it is. In any case, doesn't matter anymore. Players disengage their bumpers and are no longer stuck together in the net of the opposition with ground bouncer. Find himself an opening. What feels like out of nowhere, just rotating on quickly. Everybody's abandoning. Jordan is not committing to it fast. Nice to play carefully. And that's where DAF Bravo and Plum punish them.
Yeah, very odd goal, that one. But one that ties it up nonetheless. And we're halfway through game number 4. Bravo looking again to go on to match point. British Army looking to tie it up. And bring this down to the final 3 games in this best of 7 third place matchup. This is what we wanted all weekend long in the lead up to this. We were hoping for our third place match and our grand final to be America versus Britain, and it's exactly what we've got. British Army versus Department of the Air Force Bravo in this one. Later on we'll have DAF Alpha taking on the Royal Air Force as well, but Plum striking from the air. Was that him from the right, or did he just get the last touch on it? I don't know. Yeah, it was William got the looping touch.
Yeah, just rushes on forward, tries to collect it. In any other situation, this could have been hit by a British Army player, moved somewhere else. Plum was specifically jumping up to receive the pass, to change the flight of the ball, and make British Army guessing. And he succeeded in that tremendously. Previously also with the short rotations, keeping British Army on their toes. Now all the way back, British Army will stop the ball midfield line. The War Eagle needs a touch that at the very least sends it to the side. Immediately pressure relief from the front of the net, and McWar Eagle up front. Almost looking like he's going to score in. But McWar Eagle doesn't need to do anything. He can just collect the boost, go all the way back, and start all over again. It's British Army who now have to work with not that many resources. I say that. Full tanks of boost. Sure know how to utilize whatever they have.
That they do, but DAF Bravo are experts at working with just what they have. Half tank of boost, and not really seen too much sustained pressure from the British Army. It has been Bravo who's been able to keep the ball in their opponent's territory for the longest, consistently. We need to see some consistent pressure from the British Army if they want to tie this one up. Final minute of game number 4. Army need to score if they don't want to go down 3 match points against DAF Bravo. Plum from War Eagle perhaps in the middle of the field. He was going for net. And this may be an open net. William is back. Can he get to it? Yes, he can, just barely. And keeps this at a 1-goal advantage. Upfield, Plum looking to double the lead, but can't quite find Pader.
Anybody up front? British Army needed to rotate back. Pass is unsuccessful. Player demo. It means the attack once again breaks down. If Plum can find a great pinch, it's might be over. Really, DAF Bravo just get a third one, and then it's good night early. They are with the possession themselves. McWar Eagle pop up for British Army. Somebody needs to come up for this, because even if there's bumps on the ground, players are already in the air. Last seconds tick down. This might be the first time in this series. Hold your breath. Jordan sets it up on the backboard. William removes it. Who is on the ground? Who is waiting? Not the touch the British Army have been waiting. And for the first time in this series, they lose in regulation time. Previously 2 overtime losses and 1 regulation win.
And match point now, 3 for them, for DAF Bravo. All they need to do is win one of these final 3 games, and they will be declared your third place winner, third place team, and take away those bronze medals. As we can see on the stage, these guys just sort of getting their stretches in, decompressing. At this point in the game, now that you're on match point, you've got 3 games to win this thing. All you need to do is remain calm. You can't let the moment of the situation of the moment get to you and get in your head. You can't tilt yourself now. And you see they're just waiting for this game to begin, just talking through. All right, let's play our game. Let's get going. And we are into this game in number 5 jam. 1 more for Bravo, and they take home 3rd place, but 1 for the British Army, and we keep going as Skid scores in 12 seconds.
Skids on point with his goals. Really must be one of the top scorers of the tournament as a whole, and continues on the route for British Army. The hope is not done yet. Rule Britannia has not ended up stopped echoing in the halls of Ramstein Air Base. We're still going for it. William, and as a reminder, the player of the match, the player we've highlighted, him and DAF Bravo are testing out just how well the net of British Army is put together. So far, looks okay.
Plum has been doing phenomenal work. So quick on these rotations, you feel like British Army have a breakaway, and all of a sudden Plum makes it back to net. Scupper any chances and just stall before his team get back into possession. Doing absolutely great work. Now upfield. The transition. DAF Bravo can't quite find the gap there. Over to William on the left-hand side. We've seen him score from that position already. Gets the bump in net. Might open the door. But Skids will be the one to take that one back downfield. Plum delays once more. And it will be KS9 trying to fake him out. But you can't play mind games with Plum. He'll just take you out.
He has mind games of his own on the backboard. Plum does not reach it. KS9 on the ground. And British Army convert a beautiful moment. Ball was just left alone. Plum already rushing forward to try to collect, pass, whatever it's going to be. He's already on offense. The moment that little touch and William breaks down, British Army are on the ground, feet firmly planted, and you have players to finish everything up as well. That's a 2-0. British Army need to close the game down. They score first, and that is imperative. I'm pretty sure taking global stat lines across Rocket League Championship and many other S-tier level tournaments, the team that scores first wins. For British Army, it's closing the game down. That is a little bit of a hiccup in otherwise a beautiful
Was a good play. It was a man disadvantage for Bravo. I think War Eagle had disconnected for just a split second, but he is back in, and we play on. Here at 2-0. Still early on in this game, number 5. The British Army seem reinvigorated now. They were falling a little bit flat as that will be William missing that one off the backboard, but shot just straight into the bottom left corner, and the goalkeeper was wise enough to it. Now at War Eagle, over to William, and follows up by War Eagle. Can he paint the top right corner? Just about brings it back within 1.
Lovely bit of play. He just stays around. Macquarie tries to pick up his own shot off the backboard, and altogether it works out perfectly. British Army is forced to guess where the ball is going next. Where do we place our players? Where's everything going? It's going into your net. Dav Bravo, you've been here before, Craftman. Dav Bravo scored once, scored twice, scored thrice, and British Army starts going down. How about this long-range effort? War Eagle, the rest of his team is already around. Plum is going to be in the center. I'm surprised he hasn't jumped for that one already.
Yeah, it's a position you would have thought Plum would have played that from. But playing the percentages and getting back to midfield to keep this attack going for Daft Bravo. British Army, as much as they were in control of their own destiny in the first minute or so of this game, it feels like they are living in Daft Bravo's world right now, because they are being choked back in their own end. Trying to clear out is just an impossible task at this point, because War Eagle just picks that one back up. One player did miss, but War Eagle was there to pick up the pieces. Jordan Hill, though, does break pressure for now. Can't quite get anything on target. And KS9 and Skid playing the percentages again, just held all the way back. They know they have the lead. All they need to do is defend and hope that Bravo don't score again.
Or maybe hope that Bravo commit too hard and there's a clear-cut opening down the field. Again, sitting in the net, you usually have a beautiful way of seeing where everything is, and that was dangerous. Kids not in time for it. KS9 already still recovering from the first shot, and that's why you need another player. KS9 still in the net. Boost down, has to recover. Skids make it another save. 3 in a row. British Army are undefeatable. I say that, and the goal immediately goes in. Crafters, what is this?
Knock on the door hard enough and it'll eventually fall down. And Bravo, they were banging on the door. And the triple commit there, the pressure just a little bit too much for the British Army to handle. It felt scrambled at times, like fighter jets. Well, it's the Department of the Air Force who are more attuned to the fighter jets that they have, and looking to take the lead. Can't quite get it through in the top left corner of the orange net. Jordan has done such good work one-on-one and wins that challenge there. Now over to KS9 looking for the double. It bounces in. Army take the lead.
That Batmobile is wonderful at setting yourself up on the backboard, at air dribbles, and KS9 knows exactly how to work it. I'm so glad KS9 brought it back after starting the tournament in Octanes in Phoenix. Solid cars, don't get me wrong, but it seems like it's the flair that KS9 is currently going on with. British Army up in the lead again. But yeah, Bravo. If those 40 seconds are not going to be spent in the orange half non-stop shots, I don't know what this team is even about.
Didn't like that double commit from British Army though, but they do get away with it. 30 seconds left, and now they are pressuring Jordan into the right-hand corner. Ran out of boost and ran out of time. Now the time ticking low for Daft Bravo. War Eagle looking for the double tap. He'll lay it over to William off the bar, and William squares it away. We're tied with 15 seconds left, Jam.
I'm telling you, Daft Bravo never stops. They had to commit 3, but they absolutely have to commit 3 because British Army's defense not gonna give you even an inch moving on close. It's tied for British Army. It's going back and trying to recover from this again. All of that work with 3 goals. Well, I'm sure that the British are gonna recover, persevere. KS9 trying to bait out the opposition, and that hard touch on the ball could have set up the rest of the British Army players.
Hang on.
It's still up high. Smoke screen, show us. It's gonna be dropping on the ground. Not if they want to do something when it's OT. Bravo. 1 goal. They are your bronze finishers of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. British Army score we're continuing on.
A third overtime in what has been a compelling series to watch. KS9 would want this one to go longer. Jordan might be the one to send it into game number 6. We will not see it right now. 20 seconds gone. British Army with the first chance in OT. Can't land it. But now it's Bravo working their magic as they have done throughout this entire tournament and throughout this entire series as well. Skids with a man on his right. Can't quite get it through Plum. KS9 has a crack at it as well. The British Army, they are flipping field position and putting that Bravo under a lot of pressure here, Jam. But the Department of the Air Force, they are well averse to it, and they flip it right back in their faces.
That's Plum in the air. That's Kids and the rest of the British Army having plenty of time to survey what's heading up against them and prepare accordingly. The rotations are on point. This pinch not past McCord. Eagle to the corner. Goes KS9's diving safe and rolls on out. Leaves it to his teammates. Were they on the same page? I'm not sure. KS9 chasing an opposition player. This is dangerous. McCord Eagle Plum. Weak shot. Jordan from the corner removes the danger. KS9 and everybody else in British Army, they need like a hinge to remove this ball from the danger. Otherwise, it's all the way down. Starting from their own side, and British Army must know the ball is right there, and one straight touch might be wrong. Where's the clear? Where's it coming from? More shots, more touches. It is just not coming in on through.
They're just not be able to get possession and clear it down. They do finally find a gap in the offense. They are allowed just a moment of respite. Here comes KS9, the only man with boost on the British Army, and he'll be losing that one off the backboard, but at least sets up the Army in an attacking position, or somewhere they've found themselves all too often throughout the course of this series and throughout the course of this overtime as well. Plum can't quite turn the tide. Here comes William out of the corner. Double tap, looking for McWar Eagle, but just a little bit too fast over the face of the net.
Possession still stays with Bravo, if only for a moment. British Army were still in far defensive positions now with a chance of their own KS9. Players have to stretch. I'm pretty sure there's 2 committed from Bravo. It was across the goal line, so not much boost wasted. But McCord Eagle looking for something. Plums needs something as well.
That's
in the net,
open.
going high. McCord Eagle again working with almost nothing. Forgoes the boost in the corner. He just wants to bring that ball as safe away from this own net as possible.
British Army have gotten away with a lot on their own goal line. It just takes one mistake from Daft Bravo in defense to open their back lines, to give the Army a chance still in this series. KS9 trying to barrel his way through and just take this defense out by force. All remains in this blue corner. William will pick it up. Jordan to apply pressure. Will be flipped up field by Daft Bravo. Now going into their passing plays. Plum, that's a huge miss. It's an open net, but William so smart just to take that ball out of the hands of Skids. That could have been very, very dangerous.
That was dangerous still, because that could have ricocheted straight into the net, but just disarming the opposition, not letting them take a shot that they want. Also incredibly important, knowing that the rest of the defense for Bravo was left with nothing. Plum, McCord Eagle trying to make British Army guess. Oh, and this is open. This is way too open.
It.
Plum takes the goal. Dav Bravo take place number 3. They are your bronze medalists of the Air Allied Forces Esports Invitational, and boy, do they deserve it.
And you can see the perhaps smiles coming across their faces. They've done their job.
It's a tiresome win, though.
Yeah.
I'm sure of that.
Oh, absolutely. They have done their job absolutely fantastically, and they do take away that third place medal. We thought they were going to be in the grand final against their Department of the Air Force colleagues in DAF Alpha, but their third place is not to be sniffed at. They have done a phenomenal job and thoroughly deserved there against the British Army, who put up one hell of a fight, Jam.
That's the thing. British Army scored first, I think, in every single match except one. We're not giving it away in regulation twice. Dav Bravo have to go into the overtime and take a victory there. British Army always scored a whole bunch of goals, but it's in the end. It's the end result that matters. If we had a halftime and ended the match there, British Army would have been the winners of this contest. But at the end, British Army always slowed down, and Dav Bravo always sped up, and you could see just how much will there was from Bravo members to just keep on pushing forward. And I'm pretty sure but it's still the British Army's perseverance that makes Dav Bravo look so exhausted after that series, because it was a battle.
Let's bring back our lovely host for this section, Relic. I want your opinions just before we head into the final game. Daft Bravo put up, the British Army put up one hell of a fight, James, but Daft Bravo too strong in the end for them.
Yeah, the British Army. Oh, excuse me, I'm going to get a bit choked up there. Oh, I'm so impressed by their defensive. Bit of a Sean Dice special.
Hydrate, I think.
It feels like it is time to hydrate. Bit of a Sean Dice special. What I mean by that is you score a goal, and then you defend, and that's the game plan. You try and win 1-0, and that's as good as it gets. And it really does feel like, I think Jam hit it on the head, it's to their detriment later in the series. Unfortunately, just you cannot expect to win Rocket League matches by one goal. You have to go for a second. You have to go for a third. And look, Plum said it himself. When they want to clutch up, Daft Bravo do. And offering a 1-0 scoreline, I mean, it's like throwing candy on the end of a fishing line. It's not the fish that they're going to bite. Everyone with a sweet tooth is, including myself. But we've got something very sweet on the way indeed. Our gold match is on the way. DAF Alpha, they go up against the Royal Air Force for all the marbles. You don't want to miss it, folks. It's coming up after a long, long day of action. A long early weekend, let's say. Of course, it's strange to think that it's Saturday and not Sunday, but we certainly hope that you stick it out for one more best of 7. Of course, it's another best of 7 rematch from a sweep situation. DAF Alpha, it's theirs to lose, but will they? Find out with us after this.
this is none other than the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, and we've had an incredibly exciting event thus far. We had some fun games to kick off today. We had our bronze decider matchup, but what would a tournament be without a winning team? Well, there's only one way to find out which of our two teams that's going to be. Please welcome to the stage our very first team, DAF Alpha. Come on up, guys. It's going to be a best of 7. Lots of games still to come. Ethan, Lowtech, H3, and the man, the myth, the legend himself, the overly confident Tut as well. Well, they're going to be taking on none other than the RAF boys, the Brit boys. Come on up. Another round of applause, please. Cedric P. and Stelios. Fellas. Right, let me squeeze on in here. I'm going to give you this. I imagine I don't have to ask you any questions because the confidence speaks for itself. So what do you want to say to your opponents from the RAF?
I can't look at you. That one. Y'all played a great tournament. I'm sorry, we got to give you guys your loss again. So, good luck.
Well, the DAF Alpha boys managed to beat you previously in the tournament. Are we feeling like it's going to be a different affair this time around in a best of 7?
I think they're going to be against a different version of us this time, because last time we weren't the actual us. So they'll find out, just like the Bravo team did too. So.
They did take down your Bravo boys. You said that it would be an incredibly close game. Bravo choked a little bit, bro. What are you guys going to look to do to take them down?
That's Bravo team, we're Alpha team. I don't know if you heard him, but he sounds pretty scared.
Okay, all right, boys. I'm so excited to get this show started. So you can go ahead, take to your seats, because I know that my fantastic casters are ready and waiting to get this show started. So we will be back soon.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. And it's time, gentlemen. It is time to find out. DAF versus RAF, US versus UK. There has been a lot of words exchanged, but I think right now I don't want to call it trash talking, but serious, silly banter is over, and I think it's the respect that's now given to both of the teams. RAF defeated Bravo. RAF are really itching to get back and set the record straight versus Alpha. And it's going to be a long series, and everybody has improved throughout the event, and everybody has shown their best side. So right now, we're going to be seeing the best of the best, creme de la creme, and it is DAF Alpha who I think we need to look at first, because Relic, they are the team to beat.
They have everything to lose, yet everything to gain. 4-0, not a single series dropped in league play. However, games they did drop. And I think that I will align my thoughts with Cedric there. I don't think that they faced the RAF at their best. I think that the RAF have only gotten better as the tournament went on. And certainly if we look at the show matches earlier today, it suggests that the players themselves are ready, and don't take them as, oh, they're just fun matches, they don't matter. Just take a look at Skids and how well he performed in the British Army match just one series ago. Yes, okay, the British Army lost. It was a great individual performance, and DAF Alpha really need to play to their alpha abilities, I feel, in order to make sure that this tournament goes home as theirs.
We're getting word that both teams are going to be having some help behind them. On the side of DAF Alpha, it's going to be, I believe, Major Sergeant Mario getting and helping them out behind Royal Air Force, Chucky helping them out as well. So there's going to be energy just floating on the stage, and both teams are going to be ready and just jumping, waiting. Let's hear one more time from the DAF Alpha players. They have a lot to say about themselves and their opponents.
I'm ready. All right, my name is Alex Tuttle. I'm born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm currently stationed in Grand Forks, North Dakota, and I do aircraft maintenance.
I'm Logan Lejeune. I'm from Louisiana.
I am an A1C stationed at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming, and I work in finance.
I'm Ethan France. I'm from Arizona. I'm stationed at Buckley Space Force Base in Colorado. I'm a space systems operator.
I'm a Staff Sergeant Henry H3 Brutus. I'm stationed at Whiteman Air Force Base, and I'm from El Paso, Texas. And currently I'm on Team DAF Alpha.
I had a PS2 in my house when I was like 5 or 6 years old, and I kind of started there, just gamed a little bit when I was young, and then I really got into gaming during like Halo 3, Xbox 360.
When Rocket League came out in 2015, I actually got it maybe a month after release. It took me about 2 years to get into tournaments. Sort of competed on and off since then.
Went through Call of Duty, found myself some Rocket League. My brother introduced it to me, and here I am, playing for the Air Force.
I joined the Air Force because I didn't qualify for a job I wanted on the civilian life. So in order for me to not go to college, but still have a job and still have career advancement, I decided the military would be the best fit for that.
Being part of like Air Force gaming and stuff, it's really cool because I get to go on like fun TDYs everywhere, events in Denver and Florida and Texas and now here, so it's only getting bigger and it's really cool to like come out and meet everybody. Winning ForceCon with Plum was probably my favorite moment.
The biggest impact that it's had on me, it's given me a lot of good friendships, great memories with them at different events such as Florida, this one, and we were gonna plan on going in Denver in 2 months.
You get off a stressful day at work and you just want to decompress, you just want to relax. So you hop on your computer, you play a couple games with your friends, you talk about your day, you do certain stuff. It's good relaxation.
We always stack Alpha with the best players. Ethan's probably the best coach we could have behind us.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm really good actually. I'm probably the best person at this event.
Everyone agrees?
If we lose a game, I'll donate $100 to Wounded Warrior Project.
My personal coach's secret is like, these guys are, all three of them are super emotional players. So like if I see their eyes starting to water up before you get down, or if they get mad, I try and just relax them, give them a quick back massage real quick or something, loosen them up and just get them back on track.
Yeah, Ethan's my rock.
Yeah.
Without Ethan, I would be an emotional wreck on stage.
Yeah, we're all alphas.
Alpha, sure.
Just a relentless confidence.
Notice how they're Bravo.
Yeah,
right?
super
They're
weird
Bravo
to say
because
that.
we beat them to be here. And they got a pity invite to be like, hey, why don't you guys come on down and be another team for Alpha to run through. Talking about
Like
you,
shark
Plum.
bait.
That's all you, Plum. Talking about you.
Hey guys, thanks for supporting us and we're gonna make you guys proud. Thank you.
I think you summed it up.
Should we all say thank you at the same time? Thank you, fans. When we win this tourney, all 4 of us are gonna dance.
And Plum has to dance too.
Two very important takes from that video once again, and that is donations to the Wounded Warrior Project by Tut if their team drops games, and I think an even more important one, that after winning, all 4 of them are gonna dance, maybe even all 5 of them, as we are seeing support behind the team, not only Coach Ethan, but of course Mario also there with them, the staff member. This is the team to beat. This is the team that has not dropped a single series, as we've already mentioned. But versus them, a team that wants to set everything correct, wants to fix everything, and that is Royal Air Force, our second seeded team. Stelios, P, Cedric, Craftman, what do they have to defeat the US force?
Yeah, after dropping 3-0 to the DAF Alpha in the first series of the tournament yesterday, they have been on an absolute tear, taking out everyone in their path. Their team plays have been absolutely phenomenal. We heard from them yesterday saying that they now have that land buff, and I don't imagine that is going to go away anytime soon. They've been playing fantastically throughout the show matches today, Jam, and I'm ready to see these boys take it to the best of the US.
They can be absolute best, or can they? There's so many players throughout the tournament that has claimed they are the best. Maybe one player either deserves to be that or just says that the most. Relic, help me out here. Actually, not yet. First, we're going to hear from Royal Air Force themselves. You just keep on steady. We're going to get back to that point. Still very important. But Royal Air Force, we need to give them a microphone. They still have something to say.
My name's Pierce Mitchell from the UK.
My name's Ed. I'm from North Yorkshire.
That is so cool. I am AS1 Stelios Elia. As you can tell by my name, I'm a London-born Greek Cypriot, and I play for the RAF Storm Shadows White.
So when I was doing biomedical in A-levels, I brought my laptop to school. I was just playing Rocket League in the back of class. That's why I still play keyboard and mouse to this day. I don't play controller.
Anyone remember RuneScape? Anyone know RuneScape? Yeah. RuneScape was the first game I ever played. Absolute classic MMO game. And that was the first time I had an experience with gaming back on Windows 2000, I believe it was.
When I was 7, when the brand new Xbox came out, that's when I really got into it because I got it for Christmas, and then I was non-stop playing from there on pretty much. So I was quite late getting into Rocket League. I started 2020, so about 3 years ago now.
Through Rocket League is where we've all met, which is crazy to think that a game has brought so many relationships together.
When I got involved as 2IC of Rocket League, I mean, I want to say gaming is in no way for me a job, obviously, but it feels like it. It feels like it's part of my job, which is incredible. We get to go to these kind of events. I get to plan stuff for our amazing community to do. Of course, working alongside our bosses. We work with them and we put on some really cool stuff for our communities. I could sit here talking to you about that for hours.
Yeah, and it's just growing and growing. We've got 120 odd people now just in the Rocket League side of the military's Discord, which is incredible. It's just vastly growing. It's just going to get better. I genuinely, I rave on about it, but it is just, I don't think one moment stands out to me. I think everything that I've done, my journey through esports, it's just been amazing. There's been no downside to it.
I don't know what more I can say than it's almost like a dream. It's almost like it's not real. I'm getting paid to play video games with my friends as well. We're like a mix, aren't we?
We are a bit of a mix, yeah. We are a bit of a weird mix.
Yeah. I think we're all quite introverted. We all spend a lot of time indoors. Maybe not you so much.
Yes, no.
I think you're a fake introvert.
No.
You're very extroverted but introverted.
Everyone thinks I'm an extrovert, but I'm an inside person, so whatever they're saying is a lie. We've played against the Americans, in online tournaments where ping has been an issue at certain points. Not an excuse, but they've, we know how good they are.
We're just way better than them.
Yeah, we are. We're coming for you, Americans.
I've got nothing to say. They'll see everything that I have to say on the field. So.
We know what to expect. We know what to expect. We know they're good. Jokes aside, we know they're very good. Both of their teams are very good. But we fancy our chances. We haven't come here to lose.
Played better and beaten better. So
that's true. That's
we're already
true.
in their heads.
Being in management, you don't always play that much. So I've had to just grind to make sure I'm at these guys' level, making sure we're doing, I can do everything we can to support them and make sure we get this dub. We want to show them what we can do, and if possible, beat them, and beat them good.
We're not a pushover.
Yeah, exactly.
As I think we are. So
for the rest of the server, who probably will be looking at this footage, we want you to be here as well next year. If it happens again, we want you to be involved in everything we got. Exactly.
Possible.
So thank you for all your support, and whatever we do it for you.
Our AF boys are happy to be here, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be even happier if they get a chance of winning the whole tournament. Once again, we are having support behind the RAF folks. This is Chucky, and I believe their contact person, main point, whatever you might want to call it, most importantly, support. And in the grand finals, that's exactly what the teams would like to see. And let's see exactly how on the field they can be speaking for themselves, as we've seen, heard from, I do believe that was Piers P, saying that the play will speak for themselves. But this man speaks for themselves as well, Relic. And if Alpha is the team to beat, Tut is the player to beat.
Ethan, Coach Ethan, he said, when we win this entire thing, not if, when we win this entire thing, we're going to be dancing. Tut, I imagine, has been practicing his floss the evening beforehand, ready to be adorned with all the praise that he feels that he deserves. Nice to hear actually a bit of respect from him. He understands that the RAF's had a good tournament. And look, I feel as good as Tut is, as good as this entire collective is, it's going to be a very different series to the first series of the weekend. That was a 3-0 sweep jam. That was RAF not at their best. They've only gotten better since that defeat. And look, if the British Army can get a game off Daft Bravo following a 3-0 defeat for them, I think RAF can at the very least get one game. I think we're looking at 2 or 3, game 7, best case scenario, of course.
It's going to be a new roster situation. Low-Tech on the field instead of Ethan. Ladies and gentlemen, and my dear caster friends, Alpha versus Royal Air Force, US versus UK, Allied Forces Esports Invitational Grand Finale.
And of course, Crafters, worth mentioning that this isn't an exact replica of our opening series of the weekend. Then it was Ethan. Now it is Low-Tech. The best player, mechanically speaking, of the tournament is on the field. And he's going to be the man to open up the scoring in the grand finals.
Yeah, we got H3 as well. I think he got a bump on the player as well. Yes, he did. Getting his lines clear, his lane clear for the big man in Low-Tech. And it's only an upgrade from Ethan to Low-Tech. No disrespect to Ethan. From that first series of the weekend, he was playing phenomenally, but you have to say Low-Tech is the man you want in that position if you're DAF Alpha, and they've hit hard right out of the gate.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Cedric, you might have noticed, had to leave the lobby, rejoin, perhaps not totally comfortable on the connection or just the vibes side of things. The Royal Air Force 1-0 down early on, and here's Tut looking to put more pain to the misery. H3, it's a save. Cedric away. He is on the chase. But there's Low-Tech back in net, moving into the midfield.
And good pressure now from the Royal Air Force. Able to sustain that for too long is what we saw from the British Army. There was, in the third place game, there was bouts of sustained pressure, but not full court press as we would have wanted. And it's shown what DAF Alpha is able to do, although Royal Air Force now setting up a little play here. Here comes P, who's been, for me, what the standout player on the RAF this weekend. And getting that pass up to Cedric, he'll lose that ball to Tut. The RAF fighting to get this one back and trying not to go down 2-0.
Clearance should be easy for Cedric to throw it back into the blue half, and indeed he does. Tut receive. Has to back up here. And H3 not able to clear it as well as he would have liked. A little bit of a hop, skip and a jump for Tut. Over the top of the second, backboard, H3 lurking. A little too far forward, in fact. As Low-Tech will follow up his own pass to himself. Another backboard touch. And Tut across the line! And it's off the line indeed, but not for long. H3, they all encroach on the net and double the lead for DAF Alpha.
It was a hope spot there for the RAF, but Stelios straight into the lying hands of H3. And I mentioned this yesterday, H3 seems to be the cleanup man for DAF Alpha, proving why he is the janitor right now, putting DAF Alpha up by 2.
They'll be happy if the brooms come out for the series macro. A sweep would be incredible. Demos, I like the switch up from the Royal Air Force. They need to do something to disrupt a very strong start from DAF Alpha. Here's Cedric, clean up through. Oh, almost finds a great pass to B, actually. Almost the instigator of something resembling a comeback. We hit half time. It's a miss off the backboard. Low-Tech has to readjust an H3. I mean, yeah, the broom is out again, Crafters, but that was closer than they would have liked.
Yeah, closer and closer draws the Royal Air Force. Maybe even just looking for one goal in this first game of the best of 7. We'll be playing on Champions. We're in DFH Stadium all weekend long. It's good to see a change of scenery, and what better surroundings than the hallowed grounds of Champions Field for this championship match. 2 minutes left on the clock. Cedric maybe just looking to apply a little bit of pressure into the middle. It goes. Stelios picks it up. P on the follow-up, but can't get the double.
Flipside Tactics, G2 Esport, Moist Esport. All names that find plenty of success in the past and the present on this sort of particular scenario. It's always something different playing in a grand final. It's always something different playing in a best of 7. More time to work with, but bigger landslide potential should your workings not fall correctly. That certainly didn't fall correctly, but close to a third goal for DAF Alpha. And the Royal Air Force, they've had their moments here and there, but across the 4 minutes thus far, Crafters, they've struggled to put something on net.
Yeah, it's exactly what they need to do. They just need to find target a little bit more. Yes, it might go into the lying hands of an Alpha defender. You've got to apply that pressure, force them to make the saves and get them out of position. That's exactly how Alpha have scored these couple of goals against the RAF. Force them to make the save, then get them on the follow-up.
Cut. He meet in the middle. H3. Chase. It's well won here by Stelios. H3 up. And Off to the side again. There is Stelios ready to receive. Nice. Oh, floated pass, and Lowtech steps in with authority. Now it's 2v1. He left all on their own. They couldn't do much. They had to avoid the bump. And it's 3-0 DAF Alpha. Surely game over.
I was looking at the player cams there for DAF Alpha, and you see Mario, the new man, standing behind his crew alongside Ethan. He's hyping them up. He seems to be the hype man right now for DAF Alpha, and you would be hyped if you're up 3-0 in convincing fashion here against the RAF in game number 1 of this tournament's grand finals. Maybe even a fourth for H3 won't happen.
The dude is hype. I can tell you that from second-hand reports. Veracity, our lady on the scene, giving us plenty of information, and it's that American spirit, isn't it? When their sports fans get excited, they are some of the loudest in the world. The Royal Air Force, British fans, they can get pretty raucous as well. But they've been kept quiet here in game 1. No scores for them. 3 points on the board for DAF Alpha. 1 point on the board in the series. They're 3 away. Seems to be the magic number, doesn't it? Between themselves and a grand final victory.
Yeah, a bit more muted response there from the hype man of Chucky standing behind the RAF, but maybe just quiet confidence and not trying to not let DAF Alpha get in their heads too much. As you said, I saw Mario just looking over to the RAF as soon as that ball touched the floor to confirm game 1. He was like, yeah, how about it, lads? How about it? So I imagine he's going to be the X factor for in this grand final between these two teams.
What have I said throughout this weekend, crafters? DAF
He
Alpha,
heard me.
All about
He's holding up the X.
You know, he just looks like a great character. And what a character to bring into this setting when, honestly, you'd be more than understood if you were feeling nerves. And that's what I'm getting from the Royal Air Force. I think there's a sternness about them that they have to perform, and quite frankly, they've got to let loose. As Tut did, unlucky not to score another quick opener.
Yeah, as you said, we've been hearing from Veracity. Mario has been very, very loud behind the Alpha boys. We need to lay a fire under Chucky, get him hyping his squad up, and getting that early save. It just gives them a little bit of confidence here in game number 2, trying to tie this series up. As Tut takes it into the left-hand side and just chokes the RAF back, and maybe a little bit cross wires there as Cedric takes possession. I think Stelios might have wanted that ball for himself.
You know, it's something I would recommend to all coaches. It's a philosophy that I live by in my commentary. More clock, less pep, get hype, see results. No results for DAF Alpha thus far.
Oh, what a fake!
Look at that! Oh! What a fake from H3! Denied by the woodwork. The saviour for the Royal Air Force. Tuck with another quick shot. Stelios sees it coming.
I don't think I've seen that from H3 so far this weekend. Great change-up. And keeping the RAF guessing and on their toes. The upfield passes come from the RAF. No goal scored by either side so far. Tech gets a flip reset, but it's a slow bouncer as Tuck comes rotating back through. And DAF Alpha seem very sure on their feet here in defense of the grand final. Tuck looking for a flip reset, won't get it through onto net. H3 the follow-up, low tech to shoot, and no score as of yet.
How many lives do they have? The answer is none left. It's 1-0. You could see it coming for about the last 2 minutes or something. It is all DAF Alpha, and the RAF are sinking without a trace.
We're getting word through that the coaches on the RAF side want to keep their boys calm and focused and not play up to the big, bold, brash Americans.
How very British.
This is their side of the pond, Relic. They want to defend their territory as much as they can. Remember, we set it up yesterday. Whoever wins this claims ownership of the Atlantic Ocean forevermore.
It's true.
Or at least until the next time we do this.
It's something to be said. There is always something to be said about British stubbornness, that is for sure. We have our way of doing things. Stiff upper lip. And the results will come. I do appreciate the mentality, though, especially with such an aggressive opener here from DAF Alpha, not just in Game 1, but in Game 2 as well. And maybe it will serve them well, but I need to see results to be convinced. And shots on target have been few and far between. Here's one, but it was so pedestrian. Daf Alpha could have taken a couple more seconds and they still would have saved it.
I think maybe just that one goal from the RAF. Didn't score in game number 1, not yet to score here in game 2. Maybe one goal back would just give them a little bit of confidence and maybe just a little bit, I wouldn't say cockiness, but assuredness to hype themselves up and know that they have a chance in this grand final. They certainly do. It was very close until in the first game, and still very close here in game number 2 as well. Less than 2 minutes to go, but Alpha on the move.
Stelios. He finds P. Being close to a goal, and they were close again. This time the connection made, but the shot wide. Stelios straight to Low-Tech. Free clearance. Cedric through the corner, back to Low-Tech. Got H3 in support, looking to play it slow. Not going to get past P. Back to that corner, but no forward momentum. In fact, Stelios is taking it back to square one. Rude touch, Shaw reaches the midfield line. Cedric to the back foot, but there's Low-Tech again.
Gives Daf Alpha time if you just waste it in your own corner. And giving them chance to reboost and keep this aggression up. Tut's going to have free reign. Who's there? Absolutely no one. It's 2-0 Daf Alpha.
It's not passivity. It's just a lack of quality when it matters most. I really appreciate the approach play of RAF, but when you're relying solely on one person to put away the goals, in this case P, that lands so much more responsibility onto the shoulders of whoever wants to take it, or maybe whoever does not want to take it, who has been placed there by the team who expect, as I say, results. And those results aren't forthcoming. Daf Alpha, it's a triple threat. Any of these players could score, and you would believe in them to do so.
They came here to win this tournament, and there's nothing in my mind that says they are not going to do that. They have been the cream of the crop over Friday, and certainly so in the first couple of games of this grand final. RAF need some jolt of energy to turn things around. Of course, yet to score. Maybe one goal would give them that boost of confidence, but maybe not in the last 30 seconds. Focus on game 3, but you can't afford to let this one go to a 3-0 scoreline yet again.
Just look at Chucky prowling like a manager on the touchline. Meanwhile, you got Ethan and Mario. They're right there. They're right with their team. It's a high press from the Royal Air Force. They kind of had to send it, otherwise that was
no way.
Game over. And it is dunked.
Oh, that is game done here in game number 2, if it wasn't already. And the smile. Mario just seems like a bunch of... He's beaming from ear to ear. After H3 gets that dunk through, 6 seconds left. This one's all done, except the final whistle. And it will be 2-0 to Alpha in this series. It's unfortunate for RAF. We don't have timeouts available, but I'm sure they would want to just take things a little bit slow and talk things over right now if they could.
Crafters, we've been working together for too long, literally read my mind. If we had tactical timeouts, this is the time to deploy it, because this is a squad that looks desperately bereft of confidence. To be fair, they've looked bereft of confidence since they stepped onto the field. I mentioned it earlier. Nerves going into this sort of situation is fine, and having that calm approach does yield benefits if you're in a position to make the most of it. They're not. Somebody's got to take this game, next game I mean, got to take this series by the scruff of the neck and get some hype, get some confidence into these players, because like it was, you never saw the Royal Air Force winning either of those 2 games.
Not with 3 shots on the board, you can't win that game, especially when the Department of Air Force Alpha are putting up 11 in that last game. It was just an absolute barrage raining down on the RAF. They weren't able to weather the storm too well. He will miss that one. Tut just holds his ground, stands firm. Was able to get a little bit of possession off of that. He'll lay it out to Low-Tech now, who tries to go low. Now Cedric flipping field, but such good rotations and such good discipline from Daf Alpha to make sure they're back in time to defend that. And again, the RAF can't find the goal.
Usually, I would say, if you're a team conceding a lot of goals, you've got to stop the rot. And my goodness me, they were close to losing one there. They do eventually. It's another opening goal via Tut, but stopping the rot isn't enough, Crafters. They've got to get more mixed into the midfield and take control. At the moment, it's defend, clear it downfield. Defend, clear it downfield. There is no control. They have a plan to go forward into the final third, but again, they're lacking that quality. They need more chance creation. It's time to get the explosives out, as if on cue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was a demo in favor of DAF Alpha rather than the Air Force, but... the Royal Air Force. Like you said, maybe that is the way to go. If Alpha are rotating round very, very stringently, maybe just throw them off their game. They're not giving... They're just giving all the space and all the time, and that's exactly what H3 can do with it.
They're so off the pace. And you never like to see that, but it's not just a double commit. It's a half-hearted double commit from the pair of them. For a team that has become well known for its communication. Lacking. As are the goals, it seems. Only one in the series. DAF Alpha threatening 10 at this early stage.
And they're threatening a 4-0 as well. As our roving reporter Veracity has done an absolutely stellar job this weekend as our host and boots on the ground.
What about the bolts?
No, we're not going back to that. He was saying that Tut was holding up 4-0 to the crowd. Oh, look at Mario. He was so upset that one didn't go in. He's having so much fun, isn't he? It really should have been
like my
3-0,
personal hype man. Can I just, like, for any gig that I turn up to in the future, can I just have Mario in the background? It feels like it'd be a boon to any sort of cause.
Oh, I want him my life coach, you know? Just get me out of bed in the morning.
Oh, goodness, I need one at this stage.
Oh, God, yeah.
Royal Air Force, more to the point, need a goal. And they're looking for bumps in net. That's the right call. But how about this for a transition? Boom!
Mario living and dying, he's hyping up Tut. I mean, if you're Tut, you don't really need hyped up any more than you already are. But man alive, this DAF Alpha squad. We thought there might be chinks in the armor. They look infallible right now, Relic. And there's still 2.5 minutes to go in this game. Could be a fourth. It will be a fourth. H3 puts it maybe out of reach.
Dare I suggest, some devil's advocate thinking, dare I suggest that if this is to be a blowout, we've still got half the game to run, by the way. If this is to be a blowout, we're talking 6-7, 8-0. This might actually be the game for the Royal Air Force to just reset, say, look, what we tried here, it's not working. We've got nothing to lose from this point on. We've got to reverse sweep in a best of 7. We've already mentioned it previously in RLCS gigs past. More prevalent, yes, than it was in the past, but still very, very difficult. Just have fun at the end of the day, because here's number 5. Does it really matter at this point?
Not really. This one's done and dusted pretty much, but like as you said, yes, best of 7s are more common these days. Just overall in general, we are playing more best of 7s, which means best of 7 reverse sweeps are of course more common. But they are few and far between. And it would be one for the ages if the RAF could pull this off. And like you said, just treat this game number 3 as free play. Try a couple of things, see if it works, see if you throw Alpha off the game. You never know, they could get fully, too cocky, too confident, and think they could go for, flip resets and all these fancy plays. You just play your game, you could catch them off guard, and it only takes one goal to turn the tide.
That complacency, that cockiness, it is the persisting flaw when it comes to DAF Alpha. And if there was ever to be a time where it rears its ugly head, it will be game number 4. But, I mean, the vibes are so immaculate, Crafters, that, I mean, there is a fine balance. If you play with just a little too much confidence and a little too much complacency, you can put together some wonderful goals because you're so much more confident in your positioning and your passing. Everything just seems to fall for you.
It's all well and good saying that, oh yeah, they could get too big for their britches and, the RAF could get one goal and that would be it. But you've got to say, DAF Alpha have earned the right to be cocky and confident.
Yeah, 100%.
Throughout the course of the last 48 hours or so, they have proven time and time again why they were picked as probably the best squad to be in this tournament. And Cedric, it wouldn't have really meant much in terms of the scoreline of this game, but just to give yourself a little bit of confidence going into what is potentially the final game, that was crucial to try and turn the mental back on your favor.
But it's good. You know, whatever they did there, that was good. That was a strong opportunity, and it required a decent save from Low-Tech. One goal would mean the world at this stage, and they almost get another one here. It's Tut off to the side. Infield. Bumped out the way, but here's H3! Oh, from 1 to 1! It's Route 1 Rocket League! Or is it Route 66, because we're feeling pretty American here?
Brutus with a brutal 7th goal for DAF Alpha in this series, or in this game, I should say. And that is 13-0 in overall goals, by the way, in this grand final. The Royal Air Force needs something. It's an 8th. I believe, I didn't quite see the stats there for Low-Tech, but it's just an all-star game. I know we've had our all-star, switch the teams up, show matches earlier on, but this DAF Alpha side, they are truly the all-stars of this Allied Forces Esports Invitational.
Oh man, well, we are into that territory, my friends and fellows. We are into that territory. GG's go next. And you have to. At this stage, nobody can deny that DAF Alpha is the best team. At this stage is the crucial part of that statement. The Royal Air Force, for their own pride, need to score in game number 4. They do that first. They have something to hold on to. They do that first. They have a chance, crafters, of winning.
Mm-hmm.
Small
absolutely.
steps, you take it from there.
Absolutely. They need to be the one to score first. You cannot allow this run of form to continue for DAF Alpha. You need to get some kind of fancy play, something that DAF Alpha won't be expecting. And you just need to catch them off guard just that one time. Maybe even keep it 0-0 as long as you possibly can. Then go for the kill when the time is right. And force Alpha into an uncomfortable position, but it's a tough order. It's a tall order, because Alpha look so comfortable right now. And that man on the right-hand side of your screen, Low-Tech, he has been completely dominant. That man, you can see his arm there, but that Mario, he has been a difference maker in terms of hype. But this could be it, Relic. We could be going into the final game of the weekend. A reverse sweep is required for the Royal Air Force to keep this one going, but one more game will seal the championship for the Department of the Air Force.
Will they finish it in 4? Will it be a perfect end to a near enough perfect invitational? Well, it starts off pretty well for the Royal Air Force. A little bit of a flub there, but again, right idea from P. The tee up for H3. Goes sideways, misses Low-Tech. 2 clumped up in the corner here, make that 3. Triple commit from the Royal Air Force, but the clearance has turned into a shot. It requires the save.
I think Cedric still had enough boost to chase that one down. He was lucky to pop that way. Stelios has to make the save and does. You could not afford to go down in that fashion, but Alpha are there keeping the pressure going. They're keeping Royal Air Force stringent in the back line. They have had nothing to show for their work here in the grand final, and they are getting battered on the back line. But again, one little mistake, one turn of fortune for the RAF could flip this series on its head.
Oh, there's a big demo, and H3's wanting the pass. It goes to Low-Tech instead. Near post. I think
what a
it
save.
was coming off the woodwork anyway. He had to make sure the handoff to Cedric is H3. He backboard straight to Low-Tech. And Stelios, he comes off Tut in the end, flies into the corner. Oh, that's dangerous.
What a save.
Huge save from Cedric.
Defensive prowess, that is what Royal Air Force need to rely on. They've not put up stellar numbers in defense so far. Neither have they in offense, to be quite honest, but if they are wanting to frustrate DAF Alpha a little bit more, put up saves like that, and they'll maybe just get a little bit antsy on the precipice of taking this entire tournament. If you can make them feel uncomfortable, that is when you will be able to strike.
And that was an extraordinary recycling of attacks from DAF Alpha. to the extent where one big clear, and if it was on target, it might very well have been a goal. All three players committed, and they almost were again. Royal Air Force take a breather as Tut brings it to his own corner, pressured by Stelios. H3 sends it downtown, meets Cedric. Dangerous, good position for Low-Tech. Big save P.
And usually the few games we've had so far, the 3 games we've had so far in this series, Relic, Daf Alpha have been up maybe 2-3 goals at this stage with that halfway through. It's still 0-0. This is going to play into the RAF's hands so well. They've been getting better and better chances as well, but that 3-man passing play just blocked out in the end. Low-Tech couldn't get fire off the shot. H3 in the middle, looking for the top left corner, only finds Woodwork. Low-Tech again off the back wall. And again, we still remain at 0-0.
It's like an angel and a devil on each shoulder. You've got Ethan, the coach, telling him to calm down, but the devil raises the fork in celebration once again. How can he not be a devil with a smile like that? Mario celebrates. It's Daf Alpha celebrating. The breakthrough is made. RAF staring down the barrel of a sweep.
H3, he's been my player of the match. He's been everywhere where RAF don't want him to be. And he puts one on the board. But Stelios, the first goal for the Royal Air Force. They have a chance.
It's massive. And it's a rare mistake from Low-Tech. Was expecting Tut to press up. Tut finds himself in no man's land. And Stelios makes a huge impact on this narrative. It's 1-1. It's a lifeline. They've got to hold on.
No perfect sweep. They'll be wanting a second right off the kickoff. Give them something to think about. Cedric, just as the last man back, is able to make that really awkward save into the corner, and Daf Alpha smelt blood in the water. Not able to capitalize on it, and with a tie game, with a minute and a half left, the RAF have got to have some confidence to go for this. A double commit on the backboard from Cedric and P will allow Tut to come through for this shot. You'll miss it and let H3 take possession, but a couple of demos just eliminates the RAF on the back line.
They are so fortunate that P was in the right place to receive that ball. And now they've respawned. They've got to get communicating again. You cannot afford double commit. Daf Alpha letting them off the hook. That's the right pass. No one's there to receive. Right down the other end, Low-Tech.
Low-Tech might have won it. Still a lot of time for the RAF to get this, but a big, bad pinch from the highest ranked player in this tournament puts Daf Alpha in prime position. All they need to do is hold on for another minute.
If this was a dogfight, then it's been pretty one-sided. Planes falling out the sky, left, right and center for the Royal Air Force. Not so much spitting fire, it's been a hurricane in their direction. As the Raptors are out to play, Daf Alpha to P. Ultimately, Low-Tech. And here's Cedric, nice pressure. Infield, no one willing to commit themselves. Stelios a little late. Infield, big save. P finds the bottom corner. Big goal again, 2-2.
Big, bad P finds the bottom right corner and gives the RAF a chance with less than a minute to go. A late surge from the Royal Air Force. 29 seconds on the clock. Daf Alpha have more work to do, and right off the kickoff they give themselves an opportunity. Tut from the right hand wall will put it wide and into the corner, and it gives maybe the RAF a chance to rotate back, go for this counter attack, but Stelios loses possession. 10 seconds to go. Could we see overtime?
It's the most amount of goals they've scored in this grand final. And the Royal Air Force looking likely to go to overtime should they survive this one. Demo H3 doesn't get there in time. Daf Alpha golden goal away from championship glory.
Golden goal for the Royal Air Force will keep this series going. And boy, oh boy, what a resurgence this would be for the RAF. Cedric, through this right-hand side, he's got no boost, but he's done so well to beat 2 men out. Can't get it past the third man, however. But here comes H3 from the backboard, misses. Low-Tech shoots, can't score, P saves.
My goodness, and here they come again. It's Tut, double commit. They've got to talk. Cedric, low-tech, meets him in the middle. He far post. That's it! Oh, he shuttles it through! And it's the man of the moment! It's the Brutus! It's H3! It's Daff Alpha with a sweep in the grand final!
Daff Alpha had been the cream of the crop, the top of the table, all day on Friday. And here on Championship Saturday, when it matters most, they pull out the big guns. Not just the three of them, not just Ethan, but Mario as well. He did his part. They all played their part. And it is Department of the Air Force Alpha who are your Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2023 champions.
It's nice to see the respect of everyone, and I think respect earned here. They have been loud, they have been, especially through the mouth of Tut, they have been spicy, but you know what? I mentioned it on Friday. In order to work in the kitchen, you gotta handle the heat, and they delivered the heat on the field. Technically speaking, far superior in terms of that team synergy as well, Craftman. Brilliant team calls, plays, the press was immaculate. And Jar of Jams, we bring you into the conversation. There is no denying that not just today, but yesterday as well, the Department of the Air Force's Alpha Squad is the best military Rocket League team.
Undefeated throughout the whole tournament, truly deserving of their victory. There's only one team. That's Daff Alpha, and really, words fail me of how great in every single facet of the play they were. I was expecting this series to be much closer after all of the improvements that Royal Air Force have done throughout the weekend. After, again, you've touched on it at the very beginning of the series, they played versus a different roster. Lotec came in and still was absolutely on point, but today we had a fun day of action, and yesterday we had a grueling round-robin table where every single team played one other team. We said goodbye to Royal Navy yesterday, although their individual players participated in those fun game modes and just pick-up group matches. British Army and Dav Bravo played earlier, and British Army, my heart goes out to you. Dav Bravo were that just that much stronger, I suppose, in that sense. And then, of course, the grand finale fit to be the grand finale, and I don't think we could have asked for two better teams. And I'm just ruminating that this could have gone to 6 games, 7 games, should have gone to everything. But I don't know, is it the powerful setup of Mario and Ethan behind the players? Is it just the players themselves? Everything comes together for Daff Alpha, and so for their outing here in Europe on Ramstein Air Base for the Air Force, Allied Forces Esports Invitational, this is as good as they would have hoped for be. I hope their cup, whatever they're going to be hoisting in the future, is going to be huge, gigantic. But gents, we are slowly closing down. So looking back at the day relic, not even the day, just the tournament as a whole, your favorite memories, how was yesterday, how was today, anything on your mind?
Well, I think I'm pretty sure I speak for everyone involved in this project, but I'll speak from personal experience here. What an honor to be asked to take part in such a fantastic initiative, to work with so many wonderful people, and to see so many respectable, fantastically beautiful and gorgeous and just sparkling personalities and people out there playing Rocket League. We've seen some fantastic goals. We've seen some hardships. We've seen those hardships overcome in so many different ways. And quite frankly, I would be so saddened if we do not see future iterations of this event. Please bring us back. We've had a blast. And quite frankly, we want some more.
Everybody loved it. The players loved to be a part of this. We loved being a part of this for the players. And Craftman, any highlight moments? We had some tremendous goals, like something that tops the whole tournament for you, or maybe some interaction. We had so many fun facts from the players. Everywhere I look, this has been 2 great days of action.
I'll keep it brief because I know we're waiting for our host is waiting for our medal ceremony to kick off, but I'm just so glad we got to see the personalities, especially Tut. He was content from start to finish, and well deserving of raising this trophy.
Thank you very much, Craftman Relic. I've been Jar of Jam from our virtual casting desk right here. We're going to send it back to Ramstein Air Base once more time for Jasmine and our winners. Take it away.
Daff Alpha. Give it up for Daff Alpha. Tut, my homie. You said that you're currently undefeated in LAN tournaments. How many LAN tournaments have you been playing in?
This is my 4th one.
Was it easy clap for you? Because you guys didn't lose a single series throughout the duration.
No, it's pretty easy. Another day in the office.
Another day in the office. Shout out to the RAF boys. You put up a good fight. Round of applause for them as well. Todd, I need to ask you, taking a look at the stats of your game, you guys' teamwork from shots to saves, goals scored, absolutely incredible. How long have you guys actually been playing together?
We've been playing on and off for the past couple months.
And how do you guys build all of the kind of team chemistry that you have as well? Because seeing you guys hype each other up, but also Mario hyping you up as well. How do you kind of build that team chemistry amongst yourselves?
Well, I mean, that's just the best of the best up here on the stage. So we can work together no matter what.
And what kind of benefit or detriment did Mario provide you all with up on the stage?
I mean, he gave me a very immersive experience because he was shaking my chair the entire series, but I love it.
Did anybody else get the Mario treatment?
I had some chair shakes. It was very immersive. Yeah.
Did you feel like you were on a roller coaster too? All right, well, Mario, thank you for basically giving them the VR experience without a VR headset. My final question for you, actually I lied, I've got a few more, but one of my final questions for you is, what does the AFEI mean to you? What has this experience been like for all of you?
I mean, this is the first of hopefully many tournaments that are being hosted here and across the world, because being able to meet our allies, play with them, like, at the end of the day, we're all friends, we're all comrades, like, we work together, and here we are competing as a friendly tournament, and I think I can speak for the entire team that this means a lot to us. And to be able to fly out and meet you guys in person, play the guys that are playing remote because of work, you know, stuff like that, like, it's a surreal experience. So I want to shout out to AFG, shout out the Air Force Services, and most importantly, shout out Mayor Mike, making all this thing happen. So thank you very much.
Beautiful. My last question for you was going to be any extra thank yous. Have you got any other shout outs you want to give?
Well, I kind of wasted my thank you and shout outs, but I guess shout out to my supporters and shout out to my doubters, because I need both of y'all to keep me moving, baby.
Another round of applause for them, please, everybody. It wouldn't be a tournament without a little something for you fellas as well. So I'd like to welcome the infamous Mario to the stage. You've been quite the hype man for them, Mario. I believe you have a little something as well. Do you want to swap scenes?
I absolutely do. Yes, I do.
Do you want to pull it up to the camera as well?
You are? Have you had one of these?
I have not.
Well, I'd like to present you with the Air Force Gaming and Space Force Gaming coin. Off to the Big Star winners, King Tut.
Keep the applause going, come on. They gave us incredible games, amazing series, not losing a single series throughout the duration of the tournament as well. I'm curious to know how you guys, you can come down, come on over. How are you guys going to celebrate now?
I think we're going down to Cape Town. I think we're going to celebrate here in Germany, have a good last night. Yeah, bringing the win home for the entire country.
Amazing. Guys, thank you all so much for joining me on stage. Thank you for your incredible confidence as well. You've been great to work with. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go and celebrate now and join the rest of your allies. No worries, it's my pleasure. Mario, no, come on over. Let's have a chit chat. Do we have a mic for you? I don't think we do. You know what? I'm going to ask and I'm going to hand over, okay?
Sounds good.
Tell us what AFG means to you. Talk to me about the experience, how AFG came about, and what your role was specifically.
That's a loaded-ended question. This is, I have an hour or so, or maybe a couple minutes. But Air Force Gaming and Space Force Gaming came about with the interest, the love from the community of esports. My job is fitness and sports for the Air Force, and we provide tools given to Total Force to give them the opportunity to cope, build resiliency. Well, Got to give it up to the Department of the Air Force for their, hey, esports is also taking traction. So they provided it under us in fitness and sports, and we treated it like a sport, and that's the same exact thing, just another tool for all of our airmen and guardians.
I think that deserves a clap. Come on, guys. Yeah, there we go. And Mario, when did you start your AFG journey?
It started from the start. So right when it became official in 2020, that's when we hit the ground running, deciding what to do. So as we know, since I'm a sports guy, we decided to keep it as a sport. I am as good as this team in Rocket League. I did not know that you actually could pass it to people and actually travel with it or jump that high. But given that, we treat it like a sport, and we have all levels, and from regular intramurals and people doing it for fun and high level, and this is what we wanted to show our high level competitors an outlet to our platform.
I think what you folks over at AFG have put together is nothing short of absolutely incredible. I think you've given all of our players a fantastic platform to compete against each other, meet new people, and make new friends at the end of the day as well. But Mario, this is the end of your AFG journey, no?
It is. This is my last event that I'll be not passing the torch, but continue evolving the program. From the people from the start, as they evolve, it's very important to not stay stagnant and continue with industry and the interests of all of our airmen and guardians. So,
give it up for Mario. Well, Mario, I think that leads us in quite beautifully. Who are you going to be, quote unquote, passing the responsibilities onto to deal with all of this lot over here?
yes, there's quite a few people, but I would like to get Mr. Steve Serranos. Come on up here, big dog.
Steve, talk to me a little bit about how it feels having to take on this responsibility now, your relationship with Mario and the work that he's done thus far.
First of all, I think Sergeant Gutierrez, we need to bring Mario to every TDY in the future so he could be the hype man for all of our teams. Yep. It's a great honor to be, leading up the Air Force and Space Force Gaming. But without our community, there is no Air Force and Space Force Gaming. So we feel a deep responsibility to ensure that our community is heard, listened to, and like Tut said, that we continue to have great events like this international event this week.
Thank you so much. I think that's beautifully said from the two of you. Me, myself personally, I want to pass on over to you as well if you've got any shout outs. So I'll start with you first, Mario. You can pass him that one, and then I'll pass you this.
Hopefully I don't take his thunder, but for this event specifically, I would like to thank the Ramstein Air Base community. Thank you for allowing us to come here and do what we do. Mr. Mike Bellato, the mayor of Ramstein, thank you so much. Thank you to the Department of the Air Force for allowing us to do something crazy and deciding to do esports as an official program. And then going down to Air Force Services Center, thank you for allowing us to do something crazy and blowing it out of the water. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to be where we are today. And thank you to everybody behind the scenes. You guys don't know, but behind the scenes, there's hundreds of people that's making this stuff happen. Back there, the crazy guy with the hair, he's making it happen. I love him. But everybody on stage, everybody back at home, thank you so much. From the evolution of the people who started all the way to what's going to continue, thank you. And to all of our community members, I got another community member, Autumn, Staff Sergeant Autumn Summers. Please come up here real quick. One of many ambassadors we have. She's actually medically retiring pretty soon, so I'd like to say thank you for everything you have done for us. She has thrown over 300 events in their Discord community itself, volunteered over thousands and thousands of hours. So we're putting her up for a Lifetime Achievement Award for the Presidential Military Service Volunteer Award. Thank you. And her gamer tag is Tiger. She's a feisty one. That's all I have. Thanks.
Real quick, just everybody that he shouted out to, our team at the Service Center, Sergeant Gutierrez in the back running around doing stuff, Mario, Aaron, Oliver, Mike, all the ambassadors like Autumn, Zig, Carlos that have been here to help. And last but not least, I want to give a shout out to my 9-month pregnant wife who allowed me to come on this one last trip before she gives birth to our first son. I love you, babe. See you in a couple days.
Is there anything that you want to say? Because obviously, lifetime achievement, you have contributed so many hours into making this what it is as well. We need to hear from you.
Coming into Air Force Gaming, I really didn't know what it was, but I've been holding, a controller since I was this tall. My goal in life was to beat my dad at one video game, and I didn't do it until 2 weeks ago. But coming out of my deployment, I found out about Air Force Gaming, and I knew that was my community, and that's where I needed to be. And without Air Force Gaming, I would not have met my husband, who's back there in the crowd.
You're welcome.
So if there's anybody who's ever interested in the program, we do cover, thousands of games, different categories, and I would be happy to talk to anybody who has questions, and I would like to bring you on board if you're interested. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From my side, you guys have stolen all of my thank yous, so I'm a little bit annoyed about that, but from my side, being here, this incredible venue, surrounded by amazing people, every single one of you, absolutely incredible. I want to give a shout out as well to all of our teams that have been joining us remotely. We haven't forgotten about all of you at home as well. The games have been stellar. The kind of competition has been a little bit intense. Mario, your cheering is second to none, to be quite honest with you.
Still sweating, man.
I also want to give a very big shout out to my remote members of talent that have been joining us. I wish you were all here, but you still gave us beautiful casting as per usual. All of the behind the scenes crew for making this show what it is, and everybody that's been tuning in online as well. From my side, shout out to everybody that's here right now. Let's close this one out nicely. Round of applause, everybody.